Hey there! Tonight, we're stepping into a world where lightning bolts weren't the only things Zeus hurled. This isn't a love story, it's a survival guide. We'll trace the lives of those unfortunate enough to be tied to the king of the gods. From Hera's eternal patience to the mortals who paid dearly for divine attention, their tales are woven with jealousy, deception, and the kind of drama even Olympus couldn't contain. If this kind of mythology helps you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly helps you rest. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting to imagine all of us scattered across the world falling asleep to the same old stories of chaos and lightning. So, get comfortable, let the world quiet down, and listen closely to what it was really like to be married to Zeus. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of the sky, and occasional bringer of lightning-related property damage, was not exactly the image of domestic peace. He was the final child of Cronus and Rhea, and like most of his family, his early life began with an act of mild horror. Cronus, having been warned that one of his children would overthrow him, decided to swallow each one at birth. His wife Rhea, understandably exhausted by this practice, hid the newborn Zeus in a cave on Crete and handed her husband a rock wrapped in cloth instead. In that cave, tended by nymphs and fed on the milk of a divine goat named Amalthea, Zeus grew up surrounded by the sounds of sacred drums and shields. The curettes, armoured dancers, would clash their weapons to drown out the infant's cries so Cronus wouldn't hear. It was an odd childhood, but then again, Greek gods were never known for normal family dynamics. When Zeus came of age, he returned to set things right. He tricked Cronus into regurgitating his swallowed siblings, a deeply unpleasant image, and led them in a 10-year war against the Titans. When the smoke cleared, Zeus stood triumphant, his brothers Poseidon and Hades at his side. They divided the cosmos by drawing lots. Poseidon took the sea, Hades got the underworld, and Zeus claimed the sky. And, it must be said, everything else he fancied. From that moment onward, Zeus ruled Olympus with the confidence of someone who believed the universe was a personal inheritance. His throne was gilded, his beard magnificent, and his thunderbolts hand-forged by Hephaestus himself. Mortals prayed to him for rain, kings swore oaths in his name, and poets sang of his justice. But justice, in the world of Olympus, was not the tidy, law-abiding concept we like to imagine. It was divine politics, absolute power wrapped in cloud and lightning. The ancient Greeks didn't see their gods as moral exemplars. They were reflections of the world itself. Majestic, unpredictable, and often unfair, Zeus embodied that paradox perfectly. To farmers, he was the bringer of rain and fertility. To sailors, the wind at their backs. And to those who lied under oath, he was the flash of punishment that came without warning. Yet for all his might, Zeus had one particular weakness: himself. Specifically, his inability to keep his divine attention focused for more than 5 minutes without falling in love with someone. This would become a recurring problem for everyone. In most myths, Zeus appears less like a god-king and more like a mythological catastrophe in progress. He disguised himself as animals, clouds, and even showers of gold just to pursue mortals and immortals alike. One day he's an eagle carrying off Ganymede, the next he's a swan wooing Leda, for the record, Turning into a swan to impress someone is an unusual romantic strategy, but Zeus was nothing if not experimental. His behaviour would be baffling if it weren't so consistent. Again and again, he fell into passion, deceit, and eventual regret. Each story began with thunder and ended in chaos. And every time, Hera, his wife, Queen of Olympus, and long-suffering partner, was left to pick up the emotional debris. But to understand why being married to Zeus was so dreadful, one must first grasp what Zeus was to the Greeks. Not simply a personified sky, but the very embodiment of fate and authority. His word was law, and law in the ancient world was rarely fair to those beneath it. In art and literature, Zeus was portrayed as regal and muscular, his expression somewhere between stern justice and smug certainty. The sculptors of the classical period gave him broad shoulders and calm eyes, as though he'd never once lost his temper, which is generous, given that the myths tell a different story. The Homeric poems describe him as easily angered, occasionally sentimental, and frequently distracted. When mortals offended him, he sent storms or floods. When gods disobeyed, he threw them from Olympus. Once, when his son Hephaestus tried to defend Hera during one of their arguments, Zeus hurled him off the mountain entirely. He landed with a limp that never healed. It says something about the family dynamic that this counted as a typical Tuesday. Even his court was run on drama. Poseidon, his brother, resented his authority. Hades kept his distance in the shadows. Athena and Apollo advised him when he cared to listen, while Hermes acted as the diplomatic fixer of divine mistakes, and presiding over it all was Zeus, the eternal patriarch, generous when pleased, vengeful when crossed, and utterly insufferable in victory. Historians and classicists have long noted that Zeus's character evolved over centuries. The early Mycenaeans worshipped him as a storm god, Dios, a name whispered with awe during thunder. Later, in the classical era, he became the father of gods and men, the symbol of cosmic order, what the Greeks called Dike. His lightning bolts weren't just weapons, they were symbols of divine justice, punishing hubris and restoring balance. Except, of course, when he used them for personal irritation. If a mortal dared to challenge the gods, or worse, ignored his advances, thunder followed. Semele, a Theban princess, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal himself in his full divine form. When he did, his lightning consumed her instantly. It's an interesting kind of romance, one that leaves very little room for long-term companionship. To the ancient mind, though, such stories weren't moral warnings about Zeus. They were reminders of the gulf between gods and mortals. His unpredictability wasn't a flaw. It was proof of his divinity. Power, after all, needed no justification. From the human point of view, Zeus was everywhere. His temples crowned city hills. His statues guarded marketplaces. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were made in his honour, the smoke rising toward his celestial throne. The Greeks called him Zeus Xenios, the god of hospitality, because any traveller might secretly be under his protection. They also called him Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths. Ironic, given his personal record with vows of fidelity, it's that contradiction that makes him fascinating. Zeus was both protector and offender, father and tyrant, the one who upheld order, and the one who constantly disrupted it. He was, in short, every king the ancient world had ever known, grand, powerful, and impossible to live with. And that brings us back to the central tragedy. Hera, she was his equal in majesty, his wife, and the goddess of marriage itself, an irony so sharp it might cut marble. Her story begins not in romance, but in reluctant acceptance. After their wedding, Zeus celebrated by summoning clouds, rainbows, and celestial music. Yet even before the last echo faded, his old habits were stirring again. Hera would come to represent every wronged wife in mythology, her fury legendary, her endurance even more so. But that's another story, one we'll wander into soon enough. For now, as the thunder fades into soft rain and Olympus settles into uneasy quiet, it's worth remembering that Zeus, despite his glory, was less a god of peace than of restless energy. His terrible habits shaped not only his marriage, but the entire mythic world around him. The heavens, the earth, and the underworld all bent to his will. And yet, not even the king of the gods could conquer his own impulses. If Olympus had a throne beside Zeus's, it belonged to Hera, the queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, childbirth, and the sort of patience that could only be forged in divine misery. She was majestic, poised, and relentless, not only in power, but in endurance. For while Zeus ruled the sky, Hera ruled the silence that followed his every thunderclap. In the ancient Greek world, Hera was one of the most deeply revered goddesses. Her temples at Argos and Samos stood as architectural marvels centuries before the Parthenon people prayed to her for stability in their marriages, for fertility, and for the well-being of the household. She was the divine embodiment of union. Except, of course, for her marriage to Zeus was the ancient equivalent of a mythological cautionary tale, a partnership built on lightning and resentment. According to myth, Zeus pursued Hera with the same persistence he showed toward nearly everyone he wanted. She wasn't easy to impress, though. Hera knew his reputation, and being his sister, she knew him rather too well. Zeus resorted to trickery, which, in his defense, seemed to be his favorite form of courtship. He transformed himself into a helpless cuckoo bird, shivering in the rain outside her window. Moved by pity, Hera gathered the trembling bird against her chest to warm it. That's when Zeus transformed back into himself, declaring that her compassion had bound them together. One imagines the conversation that followed was awkward. Their wedding, however, was magnificent. All the gods attended, nymphs danced, and the earth itself supposedly blossomed with new flowers. The divine couple was celebrated as the ideal union of masculine and feminine power. Order and authority joined forever. It was, as these things often are, a symbol of hope and a warning all at once, because, as the poets liked to remind their audiences, Zeus's promises tended to last precisely as long as his attention span. From the beginning, Hera faced what we might call an occupational hazard. Zeus, ever restless, was prone to wandering affections. His transformations, swan, bull, cloud, golden rain, were famous throughout Greece. Each new affair brought another mortal woman elevated, ruined, or both, and Hera was expected to carry herself with dignity through it all. The Greeks never described Hera as naive. Quite the opposite. She was sharp, calculating, and utterly unwilling to accept humiliation quietly, but she was bound by the divine order of things. She couldn't leave Zeus, not when her very domain was the sanctity of marriage itself. To abandon it would be to unmake part of her own power. So she endured, and in enduring, she became fearsome. When the ancient playwrights wrote about her, they gave her a complex kind of wrath. Not blind jealousy, but a queen's wounded pride. Aeschylus and Homer both portray her as politically intelligent, often acting against Zeus when she believed he was unjust. Yet, no matter how cunning her schemes, the cosmic balance always restored Zeus to dominance. Hera's story, then, is one of eternal opposition, resistance without victory. It didn't help that Olympus itself was a nest of gossip. Every divine infidelity became a celestial headline. When Zeus disguised himself as a shepherd to woo Io, Hera noticed the sudden appearance of an unusually beautiful cow. She asked to have it as a gift, and when Zeus reluctantly handed it over, she placed the 100-eyed giant Argus to guard it. Zeus, naturally, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep and kill him. When Hera discovered this, she honoured Argus by setting his eyes in the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock that the poet said is why peacocks have jewelled feathers, a reminder of loyalty, watchfulness, and an unfortunate cow. Another time, Zeus's affair with Semele, a mortal princess, produced Dionysus. But only after Hera tricked Semele into asking to see Zeus in his true divine form. The sight incinerated her instantly. It's difficult to know whether Hera felt satisfaction or sorrow. Either way, the event cemented her reputation among mortals as a goddess not to be crossed. In many ways, Hera's anger became her mythology. Her fury against Heracles, Zeus's most famous illegitimate son, is legendary. She sent serpents to kill him in his cradle, and when that failed, she spent much of his life ensuring his labours were as miserable as possible. Yet, in an oddly poetic twist, even her vengeance helped shape the heroes of Greek myth. Without her opposition, there would have been no Heracles as we know him, no trials, no triumphs. Her cruelty became the forge of courage. But beneath the rage lies something more human. The Greeks understood Hera as a tragic figure, not a villain. Her temple hymns call her golden-throned and cow-eyed, not insults, but terms of beauty and majesty. She represented the ideal of feminine sovereignty, loyal yet proud, nurturing yet capable of destruction when wronged. In a world where most women had little power, Hera embodied both the burden and the defiance of it. In art, she appears serene and regal, a crown upon her head, a sceptre in her hand. But look closely at her depictions on vases and frescoes, and you can see the tension in her gaze. She is never fully at ease. Even when sitting beside Zeus, her posture is slightly withdrawn, her expression unreadable. Historians believe this visual language was deliberate. A reflection of her mythic reality, Hera is both queen and captive. The ancient Greeks didn't pity her. They respected her. Her temples were among the oldest in Greece, and her worship often centered around rites of marriage and fertility. The Heraion of Samos, for example, was so large that its columns rivaled any in the Mediterranean. Women would offer her locks of hair or miniature figures to bless their unions, silently hoping their husbands would not resemble hers. Even in religion, though, there was a quiet irony. The goddess of marriage was invoked to bless harmony, yet her own story was a monument to discord. This duality fascinated ancient thinkers. The philosopher Pausanias described Hera as both maiden and matron, eternal bride and eternal widow. In her, the Greeks saw not perfection but endurance, a symbol that even divine unions could be fraught, fragile, and flawed. Zeus, for his part, seemed fond of her. In his own unhelpful way, their arguments shook Olympus. Their reconciliations were theatrical, and their dynamic was complicated. Once, in Homer's Iliad, Hera seduced Zeus to distract him during the Trojan War, hoping to aid the Greeks while he slept. She borrowed Aphrodite's girdle, a magical belt of irresistible allure, and approached Zeus on Mount Ida. The king of the gods was utterly undone, forgetting the war entirely. It was the divine equivalent of hitting pause on world events. It's hard not to admire her strategy. Even in myth, Hera wielded charm and cunning to regain a small measure of control. Yet, as always, her victories were temporary. Zeus eventually woke, furious but begrudgingly impressed, and Olympus returned to its uneasy peace. In the end, Hera's story is not about defeat or triumph. It's about endurance in a world ruled by capricious power. She remained queen not because she was happy, but because she was inevitable. Like the institution of marriage itself, she persisted through storms and silences alike. For the Greeks, that made her sacred. To suffer without surrender, that was divine. So, as the clouds gather again above Olympus and thunder hums faintly in the distance, imagine Hera sitting upon her golden throne, eyes calm, thoughts unreadable somewhere. Zeus is charming another mortal. Somewhere else, another myth is beginning. And Hera, patient, proud, and quietly furious, watches the sky, waiting for it to pass. If there's one thing Zeus excelled at besides thunder, it was trouble. The kind that began with a charming smile and ended with a woman being turned into something unfortunate. His reputation for romance would be impressive if it weren't also catastrophic. Mortals, goddesses, and nymphs alike learn that catching the eye of Zeus was roughly as safe as standing on a hill during a lightning storm. For the Greeks, these stories were more than gossip. They were explanations of divine power, natural phenomena, and human misfortune. To us, they read like a long catalogue of celestial bad behaviour. To Hera, they must have felt like a nightmare that repeated every century. Zeus's romances usually followed a pattern: transformation, pursuit, calamity. One of the earliest was with Io, a priestess of Hera herself. Io was said to be beautiful, pious, and unfortunately located in Zeus's line of sight. When Zeus approached her, the sky darkened, not from storm clouds, but from a deliberate cover, a convenient fog to hide his mischief. Hera, however, noticed the sudden weather change and came investigating Zeus, caught mid-seduction, panicked, and transformed Io into a snow-white cow. Hera was unconvinced. She asked for the cow as a gift, and Zeus, trapped by his own lie, had no choice but to hand her over Hera, then set Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to watch Io day and night. Eventually, Zeus sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him, freeing Io but Hera, not one to waste symbolism, took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock. Even today, its shimmering eyes are said to watch the world for her Io, meanwhile was chased across the earth by a stinging gadfly Hera sent in revenge. Her wanderings became so famous that ancient geographers traced her journey from Greece to Egypt. It's quite the travel story, though not one she volunteered for. Then there was Europa, the Phoenician princess. Zeus spotted her gathering flowers by the sea, and, deciding introductions were overrated, transformed himself into a beautiful white bull. Europa, finding the creature gentle, climbed onto its back. Instantly, the bull bolted into the waves, carrying her far from home to the island of Crete. There, Zeus revealed himself, and Europa became the mother of 3 sons, including Minos, the future king of Crete. It's one of the more famous myths of abduction disguised as love, and the Greeks thought of it as a foundational story, linking their island kingdoms to divine ancestry. Her name, Europa, would later lend itself to an entire continent, as if to suggest that even a continent begins with a poor decision and a very persuasive bull. Another famous tale, and perhaps the strangest, was that of Leda and the swan. One evening, the Spartan queen was bathing by a river when Zeus descended from the heavens as a swan. Pursued by an eagle, she took pity on the trembling bird and drew it into her arms, a mistake mortals seemed destined to repeat. From that union, she laid 2 eggs, from which hatched Helen, later of Troy, Clytemnestra, and the twin heroes Castor and Pollux. The story fascinated ancient artists. On vases, mosaics, and sculptures, the serene Leda often gazes down at the elegant bird in her arms, her expression caught between curiosity and resignation. It was less about romance, more about the unpredictable closeness between gods and mortals, and how dangerous that could be. Zeus was not exclusive in his transformations. He became a shower of golden light for Danae, who was locked away in a bronze chamber by her father. Her father, King Acrisius of Argos, had been warned that his grandson would one day kill him, so he imprisoned his daughter to prevent her from bearing a child Zeus, not one to let architecture interfere with his hobbies, appeared through the roof as a glittering cascade of gold. Danae conceived Perseus, the future slayer of Medusa. It's a beautiful image, divine light, miraculous birth, until you remember that for the Greeks this was a story about inevitability. No matter what mortals did to escape fate, Zeus's will or desire would find its way in. And then there was Semele, daughter of Cadmus and mother of Dionysus. Hera, ever the tactician, disguised herself as Semele's old nurse, and whispered a poisonous suggestion. If Zeus truly loved her, he should show himself in his divine form. Semele, naive but determined, made the request. Bound by his oath, Zeus appeared in his full brilliance. Lightning, fire, and power beyond mortal endurance, Semele was consumed instantly, leaving behind their unborn child. Zeus, feeling a pang of divine guilt, sewed the baby into his thigh until it was ready to be born. Thus came Dionysus, god of wine, theatre, and reckless celebration. Quite fitting, given his parentage. The myth was often interpreted as an allegory for revelation, that to see the divine truth directly was fatal. But for Hera, it was just another tragedy added to an already long list. To mortals, these stories were reminders that the gods existed on their own terms. But from Hera's throne, they looked like serial betrayals. Each affair was not only personal, but political. Every new demigod born to a mortal woman shifted Olympus's balance of power. Zeus's children, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, Heracles, filled a world with glory and chaos alike. The irony was that Zeus's family, for all its grandeur, was held together by rivalry and resentment. Athena, born fully armed from his head, became a goddess of wisdom and strategy, but only after Zeus swallowed her mother, Metis, to prevent her from bearing a son more powerful than him. It worked technically, but the result was no less peculiar. Hera must have watched that episode with the weary understanding of someone whose husband had again taken things too literally. There's an old saying in Greek myth that every great hero has Zeus to thank for his parentage, and Hera to thank for his misery. Heracles, Perseus, and countless others all suffered divine punishments, not for their own sins, but for being living proof of Zeus's faithlessness. The Greeks, to their credit, found this perfectly natural. The gods were reflections of their own society. Powerful men, patient women, and the constant negotiation between pride and endurance. The storytellers of the time didn't moralize these tales the way later cultures might. Zeus wasn't condemned for his infidelities because, in a strange way, they were seen as the expression of cosmic vitality. His desire was life-giving, his passions creative, though his methods left much to be desired. Hera's rage, in turn, symbolized the world's necessary correction, the moral weight that followed divine excess. In temples and homes across Greece, people still prayed to both Zeus and Hera side by side. Farmers asked Zeus for rain, and couples asked Hera for fidelity. It's an arrangement that only makes sense if you accept that contradiction is part of nature itself. Thunder and calm, betrayal and endurance. Husband and wife sharing the same altar despite everything. From a mortal's perspective, one might feel sorry for Hera, but to the Greeks, her story wasn't meant to inspire pity. It was meant to explain why life could be both sacred and unfair at once. Every storm had its lightning, every wedding its shadow. So, when you next imagine Mount Olympus gleaming above the clouds, picture Zeus reclining on his throne, looking terribly pleased with himself. Somewhere below, a princess hears thunder and wonders why the air feels different tonight. And in the great hall beside him, Hera sits, eyes half closed, the faintest sigh escaping her lips. The sound of a queen who knows it's going to rain again soon. When mortals prayed to Hera, they called her Queen of Heaven, but among the gods she was something far more formidable. A woman wronged too many times to count, who had learned that patience was simply the long pause before vengeance for Hera. Every betrayal from Zeus was followed by a plan, a scheme, or a curse. She was not a goddess of forgiveness. She was a goddess of memory, and she remembered everything. Her anger was never impulsive like Zeus's thunder. It was careful, almost ceremonial. She didn't strike her husband directly. That would be pointless. No, Hera turned her fury toward what Zeus loved most, his paramours and their offspring. Some called it cruelty, others justice. Either way, Olympus trembled whenever Hera fell silent, for it meant she was thinking one of her earliest victims was Echo, a mountain nymph whose crime was conversation. Echo was clever, playful, and had a voice like sunlight. Bright, warm, impossible to ignore. Whenever Zeus slipped away from Olympus for his escapades, Echo would distract Hera with endless chatter, spinning tales and jokes until Zeus had finished whatever he was doing down on Earth. Hera, after realizing she'd been duped, punished Echo not with death but with humiliation. She took away her ability to speak freely, allowing her only to repeat the last words spoken to her. From that day forward, Echo's voice became nothing more than a reflection of others. It's one of those myths that sounds cruel but poetic, a goddess's wrath etched into the natural world. The Greeks said that even centuries later, if you shouted into the hills, it was Echo still trying to have the last word. Then there was Io, poor, unfortunate Io, who was once a priestess of Hera herself. Her devotion should have earned her divine favour, but instead it drew Zeus's attention. When Hera noticed the sudden cloud cover and suspicious silence one afternoon, she descended from Olympus and found her husband standing beside a gleaming white cow, Zeus, improvising badly. Explained that it was just a normal cow he had found wandering the fields. Hera smiled that dangerous smile only wives of gods can manage, and asked to have the cow as a gift. Trapped by his own lie, Zeus handed Io over. Hera then appointed a guardian, Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, who never slept fully but only rested half his eyes at a time. Io was forced to graze the fields under his unblinking watch, her human consciousness trapped inside a cow's body. Eventually Zeus sent Hermes to rescue her. The messenger god lulled Argus to sleep with his flute and killed him. When Hera discovered what had happened, she didn't waste her anger. Instead, she took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, so he could watch forever. Still not satisfied, she sent a biting gadfly to torment Io, who fled across the world in misery, through Greece, across the Bosporus, and finally to Egypt, where she gave birth to Zeus's child. The Greeks claimed her wandering path marked rivers and coastlines, as if Hera had stitched her vengeance into the geography itself. But it was Heracles who felt Hera's fury most of all. From the moment of his birth, she despised him. He was the living proof of Zeus's faithlessness. Strong, noble, and inconveniently heroic. Hera tried to prevent his birth by sending the goddess of childbirth to sit cross-legged at his mother's door, whispering spells to delay labour. But a clever maid tricked the goddess by shouting, "A child is born." The word startled her, breaking the spell, and Heracles entered the world. Hera, hearing the news, sent 2 serpents to kill him in his cradle. The infant strangled them both before his parents even arrived. That was Hera's first defeat, but certainly not her last attempt. As Heracles grew older, she plagued him with misfortunes. At one point, she struck him with madness so deep that he murdered his own family, after which he was condemned to complete 12 impossible labours to atone. It was Hera who inspired the challenges: the monstrous lion, the multi-headed hydra, the stables, the deadly mares, each one designed to break him. And yet, every time he survived, his legend grew. Her vengeance had backfired spectacularly. The hero she sought to destroy became one of Greece's greatest, worshipped by mortals, and eventually raised to Olympus as a god. And in a final twist that could only be described as Zeus's idea of humour, Heracles was married to Hera's own daughter, Hebe, the goddess of youth. Even for a queen of the heavens, that must have been hard to smile through. Hera's wrath reached even further, into wars, kingdoms, and generations yet unborn. Her anger at the Trojan prince Paris, for instance, reshaped the ancient world. It all began at a wedding. Not hers, thankfully, but that of the mortal Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis. Every god and goddess was invited except one. Eris, the goddess of discord, furious, Eris arrived anyway, tossing a golden apple into the crowd with the words, "To the fairest," inscribed upon it. 3 goddesses claimed it: Aphrodite, Athena, and Hera Zeus, being unwilling to choose among them, he'd learned something from experience, appointed Paris of Troy to judge. Each goddess offered him a bribe. Hera promised power, Athena promised wisdom and victory, and Aphrodite promised the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris chose Aphrodite, earning Hera's eternal hatred. When the Trojan War later erupted, Hera made certain Troy would burn. She supported the Greeks with unrelenting fervour, manipulating gods, storms, and heroes until the city was ash to mortals, her vengeance might have seemed excessive. But to Hera, it was justice, drawn out over years. Not quick retribution, but patient correction. Every deceit had its echo, every betrayal its reckoning. And yet, even her victories carried sorrow. No amount of divine punishment could undo the simple truth. Zeus would never stop, and Hera could never leave. In this endless cycle, she became something larger than vengeance. She became inevitability itself, the divine embodiment of reaction, the eternal consequence to every thunderbolt thrown in passion. The Greeks saw this not as cruelty, but as balance. Zeus represented impulse, Hera represented order. Together they kept the universe, however dysfunctional, in motion. When ancient artists painted her, they often gave her a calm, unreadable face. Serene yet dangerous, like still water that hides its depth, that was Hera's greatest power. The dignity that endured, even through humiliation. Her revenge was not the tantrum of a jealous wife. It was the mechanism of cosmic fairness, expressed in lightning, madness, and myth. So, as the night settles over Olympus and the gods sleep, or pretend to, you can almost imagine Hera sitting by her window of clouds, looking down on the mortal world somewhere below. Another woman stirs from a dream of thunder. Somewhere else, a hero wakes to a new trial. And above them all, Hera watches, not with fury anymore, but with that quiet, knowing calm of someone who understands that storms always come back around. Zeus was never short on offspring. In fact, if there were ever a divine census taken, half of Olympus and a worrying portion of the mortal world would have had to list Zeus in the father's column. Each child carried some spark of his power, and each birth was followed by a storm, literal or otherwise. For Hera, these children weren't just reminders of betrayal. They were living monuments to her husband's inability to behave himself. The Greek poets loved to catalogue Zeus's progeny, each one more improbable than the last. There were gods, demigods, heroes, and monsters, all born from unions that ranged from passionate to absurd. It wasn't just romantic recklessness, it was divine politics. Every child expanded Zeus's influence, tying kingdoms, cities, and mythic lineages to his name. If the mortal world was a map, Zeus's children were the ink that connected it all. Hera, however, saw only the stains. Among the earliest and most famous of these children was Athena, born not from a mother's womb, but from Zeus's skull, a metaphor that should have been a warning about the headaches this family would bring. The story goes that Zeus, fearing a prophecy that his lover Metis would bear a child more powerful than him, swallowed her whole for a while. Everything was fine, until Zeus began to complain of a terrible pain in his head. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, helpfully split his skull open with an axe, and out sprang Athena, fully grown, wearing armour and holding a spear. It was a birth both brilliant and unsettling. Hera, understandably, was not pleased. Zeus had somehow managed to produce a child without her, and one of immense wisdom and authority at that. Athena became his favourite, seated beside his throne, advising him on war and law. Hera's jealousy was not petty here, it was political. In the divine hierarchy, she was supposed to be queen, yet now there stood another woman who shared Zeus's counsel and admiration. Not all of Zeus's children were so noble. Hermes, born of the nymph Maia, arrived with charm, cunning, and a complete lack of boundaries. Within hours of his birth, he had stolen Apollo's cattle and invented the lyre to bargain his way out of trouble. Zeus adored him, of course. It takes one trickster to appreciate another. Hera, meanwhile, regarded Hermes as yet another example of Zeus rewarding mischief while expecting her to maintain decorum. Then came Apollo and Artemis, twin children of the Titaness Leto. Their mother's story is one of divine persecution. Hera, upon learning of Leto's pregnancy, forbade any land touched by sunlight to offer her shelter. The earth trembled under the curse until a small floating island, Delos, took pity on Leto and allowed her to give birth. There, under swaying palms and the watch of sympathetic nymphs, Apollo and Artemis were born, the god of the sun and the goddess of the moon. Hera's vengeance had failed again, though not for lack of effort. In mythic terms, the twins' brilliance was born directly out of Hera's cruelty, as if the universe enjoyed turning spite into beauty. Perhaps the most dramatic of Zeus's mortal children was Perseus, born of Danae. Her father, King Acrisius of Argos, had locked her in a bronze chamber after hearing a prophecy that her son would one day cause his death. But Zeus, not one to be stopped by architecture, entered her prison as a shower of golden light. From that union came Perseus, the hero who would later slay Medusa and rescue Andromeda. Hera, curiously, left him alone. Perhaps she considered the situation beneath her notice, or perhaps even she knew that some fates were better left unprovoked. Heracles, however, was another matter entirely. He was the most famous of all Zeus's mortal children, and Hera's sworn enemy from the moment he drew breath. She tormented him through madness and misfortune, forcing him to perform 12 impossible labours as penance for the crimes she drove him to commit. And yet, every hardship only strengthened his legend. By the end of his mortal life, Zeus raised him to Olympus as a god. Hera, after centuries of hatred, was forced to accept him as family. In a gesture of divine irony, she even gave him her daughter Hebe as a bride. Perhaps forgiveness was never the goal, only exhaustion. Another of Zeus's more tragic liaisons was with Semele, the mortal mother of Dionysus. Hera, disguised as an old nurse, convinced Semele to ask Zeus to reveal his true divine form. When he did, the sight of his glory consumed her instantly. Leaving only the unborn child behind, Zeus rescued the infant by sewing him into his thigh until he was ready to be born. Dionysus grew into the god of wine, madness, and ecstasy, proof that even the ashes of Hera's vengeance could blossom into celebration. And then there were the countless nameless children, rustic gods, river spirits, and local heroes, each a ripple of Zeus's mischief. The Greeks told their stories not just to glorify Zeus, but to explain the messy, unpredictable nature of life itself. Storms, floods, strange births, all could be traced back to the moods of the sky and its king. Hera's anger, in that sense, was not just personal, it was cosmic housekeeping. Someone had to respond to the chaos he created. It's easy to imagine Olympus as a household constantly on edge. One divine scandal away from collapse. Hera, regal but weary, presiding over a court full of Zeus's illegitimate children, each demanding recognition. The air must have been thick with polite tension, as if the clouds themselves preferred not to get involved. Yet for all her bitterness, Hera sometimes showed flashes of reluctant grace. She protected certain heroes, aided women in childbirth, and remained a symbol of lawful union even when her own was anything but. It's a strange paradox. The goddess of marriage maintaining divine order in a family that constantly defied it. But perhaps That was her purpose all along. Without Hera's restraint, Olympus might have torn itself apart centuries earlier. By the time of the later poets, even Zeus's own legends began to tire. Under their repetition, new gods emerged. Quieter, humbler deities of hearth, harvest, and boundaries. The grand dramas of Olympus faded into old tales, told by lamplight, but Hera and Zeus remained, locked forever in their uneasy alliance. Their children roamed the earth and the stars, symbols of glory born from disorder. For Hera, each child was a reminder that her marriage was both divine and doomed, a union that shaped the world but never brought her peace. And yet she stayed. Not out of love, perhaps, but because she embodied something larger. The idea that even chaos must have its queen. So when you look up at the night sky, at the constellations of Perseus, the twins of Gemini, or the shining belt of Orion, remember that somewhere behind those stars lies a weary goddess, sitting beside her husband's throne, surrounded by the children of his betrayals. The heavens are quiet now, but she remembers them all. Mount Olympus may have been the seat of divine power, but it was also the most complicated workplace in the universe. A glittering, thunderous palace filled with family drama, politics, and the kind of gossip that would make mortal courts blush. Every god had a domain, every goddess a reputation, and almost everyone had a reason to quietly resent Zeus. From the outside, Olympus looked serene. Marble halls glowed in the light of eternal dawn, clouds drifted lazily around its golden gates, and divine music played in the distance. Yet behind those shining doors, the gods were whispering about who Zeus had turned into a bull for this week, which mortal was expecting divine twins, and how Hera had once again sent a suspiciously poetic curse into the mortal realm. The thing about Olympus was that everyone knew better than to confront Zeus directly. He was the king of the gods after all, master of storms, upholder of oaths, and the one with a literal lightning arsenal. You didn't criticize a man who could smite you mid-sentence, but you could, and did, talk about him endlessly behind his back. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, was the least subtle about it. The sea god never quite forgave Zeus for dividing the cosmos and keeping the sky for himself. Whenever Zeus's affairs caused celestial chaos, Poseidon would mutter about irresponsible leadership, while stirring up a small hurricane. Just for emphasis, their sibling rivalry spanned centuries. The Greeks saw it as a reflection of nature itself. Thunder above, waves below, each trying to drown out the other Hades. The other brother avoided Olympus entirely. He stayed in the underworld, tending to the dead, far from Zeus's constant commotion. He ruled quietly, rarely interfering in divine quarrels. Some said he simply didn't have the patience for Zeus's theatrics. Others suggested he found the afterlife less exhausting than Olympus family dinners. It's easy to imagine Hades sitting by the river Styx, sipping his wine in peace, murmuring, "At least it's quiet down here." Athena, Zeus's favourite daughter, often found herself acting as his unofficial diplomat. Calm, wise, and strategic. She was the only one who could occasionally talk sense into him. When Hera's temper rose, Athena would be the one to smooth things over. Though she must have known she was also a source of her stepmother's irritation, Hera respected Athena's intelligence, but never forgot that Zeus had birthed her alone, without a mother. Every time the two women exchanged polite greetings in Olympus's great hall, the tension could have sliced a thunderbolt in half. Then there was Hermes, the messenger god. Clever, charming, and utterly untrustworthy when it came to secrets. Hermes knew everything that happened on Olympus, often before it happened. His sandals carried him between heaven and earth, and his tongue carried gossip just as efficiently. It was Hermes who first spread word of Zeus's golden reign with Danae, who let slip details of his ball disguise for Europa, and who accidentally told Apollo about the swan incident. He was the divine embodiment of "don't tell anyone," immediately followed by "you'll never believe this." Aphrodite, goddess of love, found Zeus's escapades amusing rather than scandalous. Love to her was chaos by design. She would sit among the other goddesses, idly combing her golden hair, remarking that at least Zeus kept things interesting. Hera despised her for it, though perhaps secretly envied her freedom. Even Apollo and Artemis, the radiant twins of Leto, carried complicated feelings toward their divine father. Apollo admired Zeus's power, but distrusted his inconsistency. Artemis, fierce and independent, avoided him entirely. She had seen what happened to mortal women who caught Zeus's attention and preferred the safety of her moonlit forests to Olympus's crowded feasts. And then, of course, there was Hephaestus, Hera's son, the god of fire and craftsmanship. He had been thrown from Olympus as an infant, crippled by the fall, when Zeus lost his temper during an argument. Later, when the gods needed weapons and palaces, they conveniently invited him back. Hephaestus never forgot the insult, though he masked it with calm precision. It was he who built Hera's golden throne, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and, secretly, a trap. When she sat upon it, the throne seized her, holding her fast. The other gods begged Hephaestus to release her, but he refused until Zeus promised him Aphrodite as his wife. That marriage, predictably, didn't go well either. The Olympian household was a constant balancing act, not just of power, but of appearance. To mortals, the gods were a model of order and divinity. To each other, they were a collection of egos held together by ceremony and avoidance. Festivals were thrown in Zeus's honour, and everyone smiled politely, pretending not to remember who he had offended last week. It's worth remembering that for the Greeks, their gods were not paragons of virtue. They were mirrors of humanity at its grandest and pettiest. The family feuds of Olympus explained the chaos of nature and politics alike. Zeus's thunder symbolized authority. Hera's silence, the persistence of justice, and the endless squabbles of their children reflected the struggles of every city-state trying to coexist. There was, in all of it, a kind of balance. When Zeus acted recklessly, Hera restored equilibrium. When tempers rose among the gods, Athena calmed them. When diplomacy failed, Hermes distracted everyone with a new story. It was divine bureaucracy. Disorder transformed into ritual. The world below kept turning because somehow the heavens managed to remain mostly intact. Still, one imagines the awkwardness of the daily meetings. Hera presiding beside Zeus, every god pretending not to glance at the messenger, who carried the latest scandal, Apollo strumming his lyre too loudly to drown out the tension, Demeter refusing to speak to anyone until her missing daughter was returned from the underworld, and in the midst of it all, Zeus, smiling faintly, as though genuinely unaware that he was the source of everyone's stress. Hera endured it all with the patience of someone who understood that dignity, not victory, was her only defence. Her throne gleamed beside his, not out of affection, but out of necessity. The Greeks saw her not as powerless, but as constant, the immovable counterweight to Zeus's endless movement. Without her, Olympus might have flown apart like a broken constellation. When poets described the divine banquets, they spoke of golden cups and immortal ambrosia, of laughter that shook the clouds. But if you listen closely between the lines, you can almost hear the weary sighs, the whispered alliances, the soft clinking of restraint. Olympus was less a paradise than a family dinner that never ended, with thunder as background music. And through it all, Hera kept her poise. She did not shout. She did not plead. She simply watched, listened, and remembered. Power, she knew, was not only in thunder, but in silence, in the ability to outlast chaos, and that she did beautifully. So while Zeus's affairs made legends, Hera's composure made history. Her quiet endurance became the foundation of Olympus itself, the thread that held the heavens together, even as its ruler unravelled it, one scandal at a time. When Zeus looked down from Olympus, he didn't see mortals the way humans see one another. To him, they were as fleeting as sparks from his own lightning, bright for a moment, then gone. And yet, somehow, he found them irresistible. Time and again, he descended from his throne to chase mortal women, leaving behind chaos, heartbreak, and a very long list of half-divine offspring. For Zeus, these encounters were acts of passion. For the mortals involved, they were often tragedies waiting to happen. To understand these myths, you have to think the way the ancient Greeks did. The gods weren't moral beings. They were forces of nature, vast, unpredictable, and unconcerned with fairness. When Zeus fell in love, it wasn't romance, it was weather. It happened suddenly, violently, and mortals could do little more than survive it. The story of Danae is one of the most famous examples. She was a princess of Argos, locked away in a bronze tower by her father, King Acrisius. An oracle had warned him that his daughter would one day bear a son who would kill him. So he did what all mythological fathers did when faced with prophecy. He overreacted dramatically. He sealed her in an underground chamber, away from men and daylight. But prophecies in Greek myth are like rivers. They always find their way. Zeus visited Danae not as a man, but as a shower of golden light. It must have been dazzling. Divine radiance falling like sunlight through cracks in the bronze walls. From that impossible encounter came Perseus, who would one day slay Medusa, and yes, fulfill the prophecy. Acrisius's attempt to defy fate only made it happen, and Zeus. He was long gone by then, off chasing someone else. There was Alcmene too, the mother of Heracles. Zeus disguised himself as her husband while the man was away at war, and visited her for a single, extraordinarily long night. When the real husband returned, there were 2 sons, one mortal, one divine. Hera's rage was immediate and lifelong. She sent serpents to the infant's cradle, then madness to his adult mind. Heracles' strength and suffering both came from the single deceit. A god's brief pleasure paid for with a hero's lifetime of pain. And then came Leda, the queen of Sparta, who was visited by Zeus in the form of a swan. It sounds ridiculous. A swan. But to the Greeks it symbolized seduction wrapped in softness. The divine disguised as the harmless, the union produced eggs from which hatched Helen, later of Troy, whose beauty would ignite a war lasting 10 years. It's difficult not to notice the pattern. Zeus's affairs had a way of rewriting history, while leaving others to deal with the aftermath. Callisto's story was even darker. She was one of Artemis's followers, a virgin huntress sworn to chastity. Zeus disguised himself as Artemis to trick her, a deceit that even the ancient storytellers found disturbing. When Callisto gave birth to a son, Hera's fury erupted. She transformed Callisto into a bear and sent her wandering through the forests, hunted by the very companions she once called sisters. Years later, her son, grown into a hunter, unknowingly aimed his spear at her. Zeus intervened at the last moment, placing them both in the stars as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, the Great Bear and Little Bear, a family portrait written in starlight, born of tragedy. Semele's tale might be the most haunting of them all. A mortal princess of Thebes, she caught Zeus's eye, and soon she was pregnant Hera, disguised as an old nurse, visited her with gentle, poisonous words. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said, "make him show himself to you as he appears to Hera." It was advice laced with death. When Zeus came again, Semele asked her wish, and he, bound by oath, could not refuse. He revealed himself in all his divine glory: lightning, fire, radiance unbearable to mortal sight. Semele was consumed instantly, leaving only her unborn child behind. Zeus sewed the baby into his thigh until it was ready to be born. And thus came Dionysus, god of wine and madness, the only god born twice. Mortals often paid the price for Zeus's whims long after he'd gone. Their children, though gifted, lived uneasy lives. They carried both human fragility and divine expectation. Belonging fully to neither world, Perseus was haunted by prophecy, Heracles by guilt, Dionysus by madness. Even Helen of Troy, said to be the most beautiful of all women, found her life turned into legend by men who went to war over her. None of them had asked to be born into such chaos. But that was the nature of Zeus's affection: brief, brilliant, and ruinous. To the Greeks, these myths explained the unpredictability of fate. The gods' desires shaped the world the way storms shape mountains, leaving beauty, destruction, and rivers of consequence behind. Zeus's pursuit of mortals blurred the line between heaven and earth, reminding humanity that divine attention was as dangerous as divine wrath. Hera, of course, saw it differently. To her, each mortal woman was a fresh insult, each half-god child another scar on her pride. She couldn't strike Zeus directly, but she could make mortals feel her grief. Her vengeance followed them across generations. Semele's sisters were driven mad. Callisto was cursed to wander. Alcmene spent her life in fear. If Zeus was thunder, Hera was the echo that refused to fade. The poets, especially Hesiod and Ovid, wrote about these women with a kind of quiet awe. They were victims and symbols both, reminders that the gods were not bound by the same rules as mortals. When a human broke an oath, they were punished. When Zeus did, the sky simply rolled with thunder, and everyone pretended it was rain. Even philosophers found meaning in these tales. To them, Zeus's relationships represented the meeting of the mortal and the divine, the way inspiration, love, or catastrophe can strike from above and change the course of a life. The Greeks didn't always take the myths literally. They understood that the gods' actions were metaphors for forces beyond control. Love that burns, fate that cannot be avoided, and the arrogance of thinking one can escape either. Still, one can't help but imagine the awkwardness of it all. The mortal world trembling in awe at Zeus's thunder, not realizing that half of that storm was domestic tension. Hera, seated on her golden throne, watching the world below and thinking, "Another one? Really?" somewhere Hermes was probably whispering updates to Athena, and Aphrodite was sighing dreamily, insisting that love makes fools of everyone, even King Zeus himself. If he ever reflected on the chaos he caused, likely saw it as proof of his vitality, the endless reach of his will across heaven and earth. Yet for all his power, there was something pitiful about it too. His conquests never brought him peace, only more storms to manage, more hearts to mend, more apologies he never quite made. And below, in the human world, people built temples to him. They sacrificed bulls, prayed for rain, and thanked him for victories, all while quietly accepting that their god was also a source of misery. To worship Zeus was to accept contradiction. The same hand that blesses also burns. So when thunder rolled across the ancient skies, farmers might look up and mutter, "Zeus is at it again." They weren't wrong. Somewhere above the clouds, the king of the gods was smiling, while Hera, ever patient, kept count. It is easy to imagine Hera only as a storm, jealous, vengeful, and unrelenting. That is how most myths describe her. Forever raging, forever wronged. But there's another side to her, one quieter and lonelier. Beneath the crown and the thunder sat a goddess who embodied constancy in a world that refused to stay still. While Zeus roamed and Olympus gossiped, Hera endured. That endurance, more than her temper, was her true power. The Greeks called her Basileia, the queen. She was one of the eldest Olympians, sister to Zeus and his equal in birthright, if not in freedom. Before she became a figure of divine rage, she was a goddess of order, of lawful union, of sacred promises. She presided over marriage not as a sentimental ideal, but as a solemn covenant, binding, permanent, and sometimes quietly suffocating. To be the goddess of marriage in a marriage like hers must have been a divine joke, though not a funny one. Hera's temples were full of prayers from women asking for love, fertility, and peace in their homes. They lit lamps to her, offered small sacrifices, and braided her name into their wedding songs. None of them, one suspects, realized the goddess they prayed to was herself trapped in the very thing they feared, a union that could not be undone. In the oldest hymns, Hera is described not with malice, but majesty. She is golden-throned, cow-eyed, the one of noble step. The poets meant these as praises of beauty and dignity. The epithet cow-eyed, so often misunderstood, referred not to dullness, but to depth. Large, serene eyes that saw everything and gave nothing away. She was not soft, but composed. It was the kind of beauty that came with self-control, the quiet power of one who has learned to master her own heart. Yet even among gods, control had limits. Zeus's endless wanderings through mortal and immortal worlds left Hera isolated. The halls of Olympus rang with music and laughter, but Hera's chambers were silent. Every feast reminded her that her husband's affection was divided across the sky. And while the other goddesses found new lovers or retreated to their domains, Hera had nowhere else to go. Marriage was her realm, and her prison. Still she remained dutiful. When Zeus held court, she sat beside him. When mortals sacrificed in his name, her image stood beside his. To defy him would have meant unravelling the divine order itself. And Hera valued order even more than vengeance. She understood that chaos was the one thing Zeus could never resist, and the one thing she must never allow. So she stayed, regal and unyielding, the still point in a swirling cosmos of thunder and desire. The ancient world respected that strength. In cities like Argos, Samos, and Mycenae, Hera's worship was among the most ancient and revered. Her temples were older than Zeus's. Her cult, more local and personal pilgrims, brought offerings of peacock feathers, woven robes, and delicate carvings. Newly married couples would dedicate strands of hair or small wooden effigies, asking for her blessing. Archaeologists have found thousands of such offerings, tokens of gratitude or perhaps of sympathy. It seems mortals, especially women, felt a quiet kinship with her. They understood what it meant to smile through endurance. In Argos, her priestesses tended a sacred hearth that burned without ceasing, an eternal flame symbolizing the constancy of her spirit. During festivals, her image was bathed and dressed anew, not as an idol of wrath, but as a bride restored. It was a ritual of renewal, perhaps for her, perhaps for those who needed to believe that even the bitterest marriage could be made pure again, at least for a moment. On the island of Samos, the Heraion stood so vast that ancient travellers mistook it for a palace. Columns as tall as trees lined its courtyards, and the scent of incense drifted out to sea. There, Hera was honoured not as Zeus's wife, but as a sovereign in her own right, the matron of women, the guardian of legitimacy, the mother of civilization. To kneel before Hera's statue was to acknowledge the weight of vows, the gravity of commitment, and the beauty hidden in restraint. For all her anger, Hera's sense of justice was profound. She punished those who broke oaths or dishonoured their families, not merely out of spite, but because she represented the moral fabric of both heaven and earth. When mortals invoked her name, they did so in solemnity, as one might appeal to conscience itself. Even Zeus, when he wasn't provoking her, respected that about her she was the balance to his storm, the reminder that power without restraint becomes destruction. It's worth noting that in the myths, Hera never sought affection elsewhere. While other gods and goddesses pursued endless lovers, Hera's fidelity was absolute, even when unrewarded. To the Greeks, this was not weakness but sovereignty. She defined herself by principle, not by Zeus's moods. Her strength was measured not in lightning bolts, but in composure, the ability to stay still when the world around her trembled. In this, she became a kind of mirror for mortal women. The Greek wife was expected to be loyal, patient, and dignified. Even in misfortune, Hera embodied both the burden and the nobility of that role. Perhaps that is why her myths carried such emotional weight. She was not an idealized goddess of charm or beauty. She was a portrait of endurance. The Greeks didn't need a perfect wife. They needed a divine reflection of the effort it took to keep life steady in the face of chaos. Over time, storytellers began to soften her image. Poets in the later classical era wrote of Hera not as a villain, but as a tragic queen, a symbol of wounded dignity. Her jealousy became less monstrous, her silence more human. They saw in her something deeply familiar, the ache of commitment, the exhaustion of duty, and the strange pride that comes from enduring. Both philosophers, too, found meaning in her steadiness. To Plato and his later interpreters, Hera represented the cosmic principle of permanence. The sustaining order that keeps the heavens in motion. Zeus might be the spark, but Hera was the structure that gave that spark purpose. Without her, divine energy would scatter into nothing. Her silence, then, was not submission, but wisdom. In art, Hera's transformation continued. On ancient vases, She stands tall beside Zeus, her veil cascading like a waterfall of gold, her expression calm but distant. She rarely looks at him. Instead, her gaze drifts outwards, towards something beyond even Olympus, perhaps a horizon she can never reach. Her peacock stands beside her, feathers fanned in quiet splendour, its jewelled eyes glimmering like fragments of Argus's eternal watchfulness. Some artists painted her alone, seated upon a high throne of marble, her sceptre tipped with a lotus bloom. There is no anger in these portraits, only stillness, the kind of peace one earns after realizing that nothing left to break is worth breaking. Those who studied such works said they could almost hear her sigh, the sound of eternity's quiet disappointment. If Zeus was the symbol of divine power, Hera became the emblem of endurance. She was the unmovable heart of Olympus, the quiet authority that survived scandal, neglect, and betrayal. Mortals feared Zeus's wrath, but they respected Hera's silence. When storms passed, her constancy remained, a reminder that dignity is its own form of divinity. And perhaps that's why her temples outlasted his. In some places the people did not pray to her for thunder or victory. They prayed for patience, for balance. For the courage to stay when leaving wasn't an option. Hera's worshippers didn't ask her to forgive. They asked her to help them endure. So when we think of Hera, queen, wife, goddess, victim, judge, perhaps we should see not a jealous woman, but a weary sovereign sitting beneath the same stars her husband commands. Her crown is heavy, her silence immense, but her gaze is steady. The thunder may be his, but the endurance is hers. The poets ended her stories not with triumph or tragedy, but with stillness. Hera remains on her throne beside Zeus, watching, listening, and waiting. Somewhere far below, mortals light candles for her, not because she was kind, but because she understood. Zeus was the god who had everything: the throne of heaven, the worship of mortals, the respect of the gods, and the endless luxury of being right even when he wasn't. And yet, for all his power, he was never entirely in control. That was the irony of his divinity. The more he ruled, the more he was ruled. By destiny, by desire, by the very forces that defined him, he was the embodiment of authority, and the victim of it too. To the Greeks, Zeus was more than a personality. He was a principle, the idea that order, law, and justice must exist, even when they are inconvenient. They called him Zeus Xenios, the protector of guests; Zeus Horkios, the guardian of oaths; Zeus Ombrios, the bringer of rain; and Zeus Panhellenios, the unifying god of all Greeks. His presence was woven into the rhythm of daily life. A farmer praying for rain invoked him. A king swearing an oath feared him. Even a traveller setting out on the road offered him a silent nod. But while mortals saw Zeus as the embodiment of divine law, the poets saw something else. A ruler constantly testing the limits of his own authority. Every myth about Zeus carries the same strange contradiction. He is both the enforcer of order and its greatest violator. The god who punishes oath-breakers is also the god who deceives mortals. The god who upholds justice is the same one who terrifies those who cross him. It is as though Zeus himself was the storm, sometimes nourishing, sometimes devastating, but always beyond reasoning, with the philosophers noticed this too. Hesiod, in his Theogony, presents Zeus as the great stabilizer of the cosmos. After the chaos of the Titans, Zeus brings hierarchy, balance, and justice. But the poet of later centuries, especially Euripides, painted him as a figure of moral confusion. A divine king who behaved like a flawed man. By the time of the classical age, the Greeks were already asking the uneasy question, how can the ruler of all be so human? Perhaps that was the point. The gods were never meant to be examples of virtue. They were mirrors of the human soul, magnified and eternal. Zeus's contradictions reflected humanity's own. The constant struggle between reason and impulse, justice and desire, restraint and indulgence. To pray to Zeus was to admit that power always carries temptation, that authority is never free of its own weaknesses. Even among the gods, Zeus's rule was a performance of balance. His siblings, Poseidon, Hades, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera, all carried old grievances from the Titan Wars. They owed him their places, but not necessarily their loyalty. He kept them close through ceremony and intimidation. When disputes arose among the gods, Zeus's voice decided them, but his authority depended on their belief that he was invincible. And belief, even in heaven, is a fragile thing. The mythographers like to emphasize this fragility through moments of rebellion once. Hera, Poseidon, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains, tired of his arrogance. The plan nearly succeeded until the 100-handed giant Briareus, loyal to Zeus, freed him. His punishment was swift. Thunder shook the mountain, and the conspirators swore never to challenge him again. Yet the fact that such a plot could exist at all shows how precarious even divine power could be. Olympus was not a democracy, but neither was it absolute monarchy. Zeus ruled by fear and necessity, not by love. And yet there were moments, brief flashes in the myths, where Zeus showed something like tenderness. When he wept for his son Sarpedon, slain in the Trojan War, he ordered the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos to carry the body gently home. When mortals performed their rites correctly, he blessed them with fair weather and fruitful harvests. The same hand that hurled lightning could also steady the seasons. For the Greeks, this duality was essential. A god who could not destroy was no god at all. A god who could not bless was merely a tyrant. Zeus, in his complexity, was both. His marriages and loves, disastrous as they were, also reflected this divine paradox. To mortals, his passions seemed cruel and selfish. To the poets, they were metaphors for the world itself, the union of sky and earth, of spirit and matter, of will and creation. His union with Hera represented the marriage of power and order. His affair with Demeter symbolized the fertility of the land. His pursuit of Io, transformed into a cow, mirrored the transformation of nature through suffering. Even his more scandalous escapades could be read as myths of the cosmos, where desire and creation were inseparable. Still, the human image of Zeus was difficult to reconcile. Artists carved him in marble with perfect symmetry, the broad chest of a warrior, the calm face of a judge, the eyes of one who knows everything and forgives nothing. He looked eternal. But behind that idealized form lay unease. The Greeks, more than any later civilization, understood that perfection is terrifying. To stand before Zeus's statue was to be reminded of one's own smallness, the fragility of being human in a world ruled by moods larger than weather. Historians of religion sometimes call Zeus the first moral deity of Europe, the god of justice, whose thunder enforced order. But his justice was not moral in the modern sense. It was cosmic balance, indifferent and absolute. When mortals acted with hubris, when they claimed too much, lied to the gods, or forgot humility, Zeus struck them down not because he was offended, but because the universe demanded equilibrium. The Greeks called this dike, divine justice, a principle as impersonal as gravity. Zeus did not punish out of cruelty. He simply restored the pattern. And yet, within that same system, Zeus himself constantly broke the rules. Perhaps the lesson was not that he was above justice, but that he was justice, unpredictable, vast, and beyond human comprehension. Like the weather, he could be both merciful and merciless, depending on where one happened to be standing. Hera, ever dignified, understood this better than anyone. She had learned that Zeus's power was not moral, but mechanical. He was the order that governed everything, including their marriage. Her endurance was not submission. It was understanding. She saw clearly what mortals only suspected, that Zeus's strength came not from wisdom or love, but from the impossibility of resisting what is inevitable. He was fate in a way, and even he could not escape himself. The philosophers of later ages, particularly the Stoics, would reinterpret Zeus not as a person at all, but as a principle, the divine reason, the logos, that orders the cosmos. His lightning became metaphorical. Flashes of insight, the spark of destiny, the energy that holds the world together. It was a gentler way of understanding him, stripped of scandal and myth, but perhaps also of his humanity. The old poets would have found it dull, and yet, somewhere between the philosophers and the storytellers lies the truest version of Zeus, a god both magnificent and flawed, eternal yet restless, embodying every contradiction that makes existence both unbearable and beautiful. So when you picture him now, imagine not the roaring tyrant of thunder, but a weary king standing alone in a quiet sky. Below him, mortals sleep beneath the sound of distant rain. Around him, the stars burn with indifferent grace. And beside him, Hera sits in silence, unblinking, eternal. The only being in all creation who truly knows how small even the king of gods can feel. High above the mortal world, beyond the clouds and the sound of thunder, stood a palace that glittered like dawn. Its marble halls were said to never age, its gardens forever in bloom, watered by divine rain. And in its highest chamber sat the strangest, most enduring partnership in mythology, Zeus and Hera. King and queen of the gods, husband and wife, opposites, bound not by love alone, but by necessity. For all their quarrels, betrayals, and heartbreaks, they were inseparable. The Greeks saw them not just as divine beings, but as the very pattern of the cosmos, the storm and the stillness, the will and the law, the spark and the balance. If Zeus represented power, Hera represented its limit. And between them lay everything else, sky, earth, and the delicate order that kept the world turning. Their marriage began, as so many things in Greek myth did, with deception. Zeus had courted Hera endlessly, but she refused him. Tired of her resistance, he transformed himself into a small cuckoo bird, shivering in the rain outside her window. When she took pity and drew the bird close to warm it, he revealed himself and declared that her compassion had bound them together. Whether that counts as romance depends entirely on one's patience for divine theatrics. Their wedding, though, was magnificent. All the gods attended. The earth blossomed with new flowers, and a feast was held that lasted 9 days. The Horae, goddesses of the seasons, crowned Hera with a garland of gold, and the Graces danced beside her throne. Even the mortals far below were said to feel the air soften, as though heaven itself exhaled in celebration. For a moment, the world was perfect, but perfection is not the natural state of things, not even for gods. Zeus was restless almost immediately. He loved Hera, perhaps, but he loved variety more, and Hera, bound by her own sacred vows, found herself trapped in an eternal contradiction. The goddess of marriage married to the universe's most unfaithful husband, it would have broken a lesser being. Hera, instead, turned endurance into art. Their argument shook Olympus. Poets often describe the other gods quietly slipping away whenever Zeus and Hera began to quarrel once, after one particularly cutting remark. Zeus hung Hera from the sky itself. Golden chains binding her wrists, anvils tied to her feet. The other gods wept for her, but none dared intervene. When at last he freed her, Hera said nothing. Silence became her armour. From then on, her vengeance was quieter, more patient, more terrifying. And yet, despite everything, they always reconciled. The myths say that when Hera bathed in the waters of Canaphos near Argos, she was renewed, not just in beauty but in spirit. Each time she emerged, Zeus would come to her, contrite for a moment, and they would be together again. Some scholars believe this ritual reflected the Greek belief in the cyclical nature of relationships: destruction, forgiveness, renewal, a pattern as old as the seasons. The Greeks didn't see their god's marriage as tragic. They saw it as essential. The sky and the earth were not always kind to one another, but without their union, the world would collapse. Zeus's thunder fertilized the ground. Hera's stillness received it. Every storm was a conversation between them. One loud, one quiet, both necessary. When the rain fell softly, the poet said Hera had forgiven him. When the lightning flashed, Zeus was explaining himself again. Their story fascinated philosophers. Plato once remarked that the balance between Zeus and Hera symbolized the harmony of opposites: reason and passion, male and female, authority and restraint. To him, the gods were metaphors for the forces that shaped existence. Hera was the binding principle, the law that kept creation coherent. Without her, Zeus's energy would scatter into chaos. Without him, her order would stagnate into stillness. Together, they were the endless rhythm of creation, tension and resolution, storm and calm, betrayal and reunion. But in mythic poetry, it feels more human. You can almost see them in the quiet hours after another celestial quarrel. Zeus sitting on his golden throne, thunderbolt dim in his hand. Hera beside him, refusing to meet his gaze. The air still hums with the echo of their shouting. Somewhere below, mortals light fires and tell stories about their divine rulers, unaware that even gods sit in silence after love has burned too hot. Hera, for all her wounds, remained his counterpart in every ceremony. When the sacrifices were made to Zeus, her name followed his. When temples were built for him, hers often stood nearby. Even mortals, for all their gossip about the gods' affairs, prayed to them together. It was a kind of divine resignation, the acceptance that love, even divine love, is as much endurance as affection. Some ancient festivals reenacted their marriage each spring. A man and woman chosen from the city would stand as Zeus and Hera, exchange vows, and feast before the people. It was less about celebrating passion than honouring stability. The Greeks knew that constancy is not the absence of conflict, but the persistence through it. In their myth, as in their marriages, thunder was not failure. It was simply weather. Even the poets who mocked Zeus's appetites softened when they wrote about Hera. In Homer's Iliad, when she schemes against her husband, she is clever not cruel. When she seduces him on Mount Ida, she does it not from vanity, but from a longing to feel equal again. And when Zeus wakes afterward, furious but admiring, we glimpse something rare, mutual respect, even affection. It's a strange love story, fierce, exhausted, and eternal. In later centuries, the Romans reimagined them as Jupiter and Juno, smoother, more stately, less tempestuous. But the Greeks' version is the one that lingers, because it feels honest. Their marriage was messy, unkind, and inescapable, just like the world itself. Zeus and Hera weren't moral examples. They were the mythic machinery that explained why creation endured despite its flaws. And perhaps that's why their union never truly ended. Even when Zeus wandered, even when Hera plotted, they remained bound. Their conflicts shaped the weather, the seasons, and the rhythm of mortal life. Each storm was their argument, each dawn their reconciliation. If you could drift up to Olympus at night, when the gods are quiet and the stars burn steady, you might find them there still. Zeus leaning back, watching the horizon. Hera beside him, eyes half closed, neither speaking. Perhaps they've reached a kind of peace by now. The peace that comes when two eternal forces realize they've grown tired of fighting, or perhaps, even now, they're only resting between storms. Either way, their silence is what holds the heavens together. The Greeks understood that they knew that even divine discord could be sacred, that the tension between love and resentment was not a flaw in the world, but its foundation, Zeus and Hera, were not a warning. They were a truth, that creation survives because opposites remain in dialogue, because pride and patience keep each other alive, because even gods cannot exist alone. So, as the night deepens and the thunder grows distant, imagine them there, the eternal couple, king and queen of a restless sky. He with his restless eyes and quiet regret, she with her heavy crown and unreadable calm together. They are the sound of the storm fading into rain. Together, they are the uneasy peace that follows. Together, they are Olympus itself, bright, impossible, and everlasting. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept, and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite the concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Oeagrus, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookiness. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy, blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristaeus. Now, Aristaeus was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore, they listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated, of course, by Charon, who took only obols placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanour melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with, but Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all 3 heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of Styx and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a death god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music. Music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures. And the impossible happened. The Furies wept, Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus his wish, with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence, just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, but myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step, he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone. But still, no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct. Others say he doubted. Or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone, again, only this time, forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above, alone, again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen, animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity, or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings. It's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks? They were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hopes. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and, quite helpfully for our story, of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string. At its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island like last week's olives. Charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turns out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favour of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider just, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it, she tried everything. She prayed, she wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father, Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigour, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost a life and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated, and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose, and, ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are little more than vindictive forces, meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Roman writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honour. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme virtue, were dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions she is a tragic victim, in others a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honour. It's worth noting too that Hippolytus' death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus' call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honours him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phaedra, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable. That purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint. That gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently towards sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phaedra, torn between longing and honour, a queen undone by feelings not her own. And Theseus, flawed, impulsive, human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen was spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable, back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding. But not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words, "To the fairest." Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Not a trio known for sharing. Zeus, wisely refusing to choose between his wife and 2 of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the 3 goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan, in what might be mythology's strangest courtship. Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this: Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so, the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honour an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. The Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not one, but two epic poems to contain it. The Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths, and heroes like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love. Or lust. Or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue. It was a reckoning. And Paris, he died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate. And when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea, of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and, more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared. A beauty too perfect to hold. A love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war. Its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance. And Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice, a whispered promise, and the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real, and from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs, sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters or outwit sphinxes or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music, and yet with that he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept at his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph of the trees. Beautiful, yes, but also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, it seemed untouched by fate. They married beneath the trees. The muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristaeus, a minor god of agriculture and, ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, over-enthusiastic in his admiration and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. The snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her. And just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork, and rivers, and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Charon the ferryman carried souls across for a fee, except this time no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, lord and lady of the dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly, as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it for the most part, without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead, he didn't argue, he let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there is always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick. The air tastes of iron. And the mind, when anxious, whispers. What if she isn't there? It says. What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone? Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness. But she said nothing, because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end, but Orpheus's story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world, but he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek myth, is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus's descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice. Not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is perhaps the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something, or someone, and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful but not omnipotent, that beauty can stir gods but not undo fate, and that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre standing alone at the mouth of a cave, the birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret, and yet still the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance, a tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown. His uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, said, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece. Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine, flying ram, and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers, endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeetes, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea. Struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse, Medea fell for Jason at first sight. Not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials. But her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic. But it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Apsyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now, there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus' daughters into murdering their own father, by convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. One imagines Medea, perhaps, tending herbs, and Jason telling the same golden fleece story at dinner parties. But Jason, ever ambitious and never terribly bright in the long term, had his eyes on a political marriage. He abandoned Medea and their children to wed Glauce, the young daughter of King Creon of Corinth. Medea's reaction was not mild. The playwright Euripides gives us the most famous version of what happened next. In his tragedy Medea, the sorceress becomes something other than human, something between fury and fate. She sends Glauce a wedding gift, a dress and crown soaked in poison. When Glauce puts them on, the poison ignites. She dies screaming, her father King Creon trying to save her, only to be consumed in the same blaze. And then, and then comes the most terrible act. Medea, consumed by wrath and despair, murders her own children, not out of hatred for them, but as the ultimate punishment for Jason. I will not let them be mocked or enslaved, she says. I will not let them be his. And just like that, she becomes myth's most unforgettable figure. Neither victim nor villain, but something else entirely. She escapes, riding a chariot drawn by dragons, because of course she does, leaving Jason alone, shattered and humiliated. Now, one might wonder, was Medea mad? Or merely pushed beyond reason? This is a question that has plagued scholars, playwrights and therapists for over 2,000 years. Medea is unlike any other woman in Greek myth. She is clever, powerful, and terrifyingly autonomous. She loves deeply and destroys absolutely. Historically, Medea may reflect the ancient Greek anxiety around foreign women, powerful women, or simply women who refuse to be passive. She's from the East, Colchis, and thus outside the civilized Greek world. She's magical. She doesn't follow the script. Jason, in contrast, is very much a man of his time. A hero on paper, but shallow and opportunistic beneath the surface. His betrayal of Medea isn't just a personal failing. It's a rejection of everything she gave up for him. Family, home, honor. There's an irony here. Medea gave him the golden fleece. helped him win every challenge, made him a hero, and in return he chose a younger, more politically convenient bride. If you're feeling particularly sympathetic to her, you're not alone. Many do. Even Euripides' audience, mostly male citizens of Athens, reportedly left the theatre shaken. Medea doesn't merely murder, she punishes. And her punishment is precise, poetic, and irreversible. So what, we ask, is the curse in this love story? It is the curse of unequal devotion, of love that gives everything and receives betrayal in return, of a woman who becomes monstrous not because she began that way, but because the world gave her no other option. Later myths soften her tale slightly. Medea flees to Athens, marries King Aegeus, and continues to meddle in royal succession there, because once you've murdered a few people, political intrigue becomes something of a hobby. Eventually, she vanishes from the mythic stage, perhaps returning to Colchis. Perhaps not. Jason, for his part, dies alone, an old man sitting beneath the rotting hulk of the Argo. The ship collapses, and a beam falls on him, ending the life of a man once called a hero. A curiously mundane death, really. No monsters, no glory, just gravity. Perhaps it's fitting. The myth of Jason and Medea is less a story of love than a warning. Be careful whom you betray, especially if she's descended from the sun and owns a flying dragon chariot. But it is also, in its own twisted way, a deeply human story. Love that consumes, betrayal that stings, and the terrible things people do when they feel cast aside. As you rest now, and the night deepens around you, let us leave Medea, not with the blood nor the fire, but in the moment just before it all unravelled. A young woman watching the sea, holding a golden fleece in her hands, and believing, perhaps foolishly, that love would be enough. Sleep well. Let us drift now into a tale drenched in silence, restraint, and ruin. A story that unravels not in battlefield clatter or divine thunder, but in hushed corridors, aching hearts, and a single, devastating lie. It begins in Athens, under the watchful eye of a king, and ends on a dusty road beside a shattered chariot. This, dear listener, is the story of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a love that was never requited, never consummated, and yet managed to destroy nearly everyone involved. It is perhaps the quietest and most suffocating of our cursed romances. We begin, as all Greek tragedies must, with lineage, and what a tangled web it is. Phaedra, our ill-fated heroine, was a Cretan princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae, and sister to Ariadne, yes, the same Ariadne who helped Theseus defeat the Minotaur, and was then unceremoniously abandoned on an island. Romance was clearly not in the family's bloodline. Theseus, king of Athens, hero of legend, had once been the toast of Greece, defeater of bandits, slayer of beasts, and an enthusiastic philanderer. After a string of dalliances and one catastrophic marriage to the Amazon queen Hippolyta, by whom he fathered a son, Hippolytus, he settled into royal life with his new bride, Phaedra. Now, Phaedra was beautiful, refined, and quite a bit younger than her famous husband. Their marriage, like many royal unions, was more alliance than romance. But she did her duty, bore children, and walked the marble halls of Athens with quiet grace. All might have continued peacefully, if not for the gods. Enter Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and, when provoked, astonishing levels of spite. You see, Hippolytus, Theseus' son, was a proud devotee of Artemis, the chaste huntress. He spurned the affections of women, dedicated himself to purity, and, most disastrously, publicly mocked the power of love. Now, Mocking love in ancient Greece was about as wise as insulting the sea when Poseidon's watching. The gods did not take criticism well, and Aphrodite in particular had a long memory and a short temper. To punish Hippolytus, Aphrodite devised a cruel strategy. She would destroy him not with sword or pestilence, but with love, someone else's love. She inflicted upon Phaedra a violent, helpless passion for her stepson. Not a crush, not a fascination, a full, mind-drowning obsession. Imagine it. A queen, upstanding and noble, suddenly possessed by desire for a young man who could barely meet her eye. The shame, the confusion, the slow unravelling of the self. Phaedra fought it. She fasted, wept, prayed. She clung to dignity as if it might pull her back from the brink. But desire, when laced with divinity, does not retreat. Now, rather than acting on her feelings, Phaedra did something unexpectedly modern. She suffered in silence. For quite some time, she simply withered. Euripides, in his haunting play Hippolytus, portrays her as a woman gnawed by internal torment, desperate not to commit sin, and equally desperate for relief. But silence is rarely sustainable. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her old nurse, an unfortunately meddlesome soul who thought it wise to resolve matters by telling Hippolytus everything. Yes, without asking permission. Because what's a Greek tragedy without one loyal servant doing exactly the wrong thing at the worst possible time? Now, Hippolytus, upon hearing this disturbing revelation, reacted with the emotional sensitivity of a bronze statue. He recoiled in disgust. He berated the nurse. He threatened to go public with the scandal. Now, a lesser woman might have screamed, or fled, or begged. But Phaedra, already on the edge of despair, took a different path. She wrote a note accusing Hippolytus of trying to seduce her, then took her own life. It's the sort of moment that lands like thunder. Quiet, sudden, and irreversible. Theseus returned home to find his wife dead and a damning letter in her hand. As one might expect from a man whose default setting was overreaction, he immediately cursed his son, calling upon Poseidon, who had once granted him 3 deadly wishes. He used one. Shortly after, Hippolytus set off in his chariot. As he rode along the coastline, Poseidon, true to his vengeful brand, unleashed a sea monster, or perhaps a monstrous wave, that spooked the horses. They bolted, the chariot overturned, and Hippolytus was dragged, crushed, and left dying beneath the Athenian sun. Enter Artemis. As Hippolytus lay broken and bloodied, the goddess appeared, not with healing, but with truth. She revealed to Theseus the terrible misunderstanding. Phaedra had lied. His son was innocent. The entire tragedy had been the result of Aphrodite's vengeance. Too late, of course. Theseus rushed to his son's side. In one of Greek mythology's rare glimmers of grace, Hippolytus forgave his father. And then, as is tradition, he died. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus, first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia, was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented. Something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honoured, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth off stage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus's mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no-introspection hero. A sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries, in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods, watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis's footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open the scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And, if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen, a romance so famously cursed, it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now, before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps. Or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could. A golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words. To the fairest. Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible, and one would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta, a sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful. Others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favour, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother, and High King of Mycenae, rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned. Odysseus, cunning and reluctant. Ajax, towering and unbreakable. Nestor, old and wise. And of course, Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendour. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smouldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans for the most part despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love, perhaps fear. Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave. The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear. Speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honour or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite when things began to go poorly. Let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus's cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. Whether this is forgiveness or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery. A woman whose beauty was so profound, it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fire and the fury, and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies, caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed, it is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy lined with silent ships. Picture Helen standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, bow in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed, that the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs. Such is Greek mythology, passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in mythological terms, that's saying something. Their union, by most accounts, was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But, as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr named Aristeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, he took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic. Now, the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song. And when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life. But naturally, there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible. But he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith, a simple instruction, wrapped in impossibility. Orpheus accepted. They began the journey. step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned. A glance. Just one. And in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone. There are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned, alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in silence, a man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end well. Why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair. His head still singing floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus's tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. It also offers insight into Greek views on mortality. The underworld in this myth is not a place of torture for the wicked, as later Christian ideas would propose, but a place of inertia, of loss. One does not burn in Hades. One simply ceases to grow. Orpheus defies this not with sword or spell, but with song. His journey reminds us that even in death's domain, beauty has power. Brief, fleeting, but undeniable. There's also a fair bit of philosophical heft here. The Orphic tradition, an actual religious movement in ancient Greece, believed in the soul's immortality, reincarnation, and the redemptive power of music and ritual. Orpheus, in this sense, becomes more than a tragic lover. He is a prophet, a bridge between life and death. And that glance? Oh, the infamous glance. Was it foolishness, impatience, or was it, perhaps, the final proof of his love? That he could not bear to wait another heartbeat without her presence confirmed? That as a musician, he had to see the beauty behind the song? One could say he failed, or one could say he proved what it meant to be human, flawed, yearning, and ultimately incapable of blind faith when the heart is involved. So now, as the lyre's echo fades and your breathing slows, Let this tale settle gently upon your thoughts. Let Eurydice's footsteps echo just behind your dreams. Let Orpheus's song wind its way around your slumber. Because in the end, it is not the curse that defines the story, but the love that dared to defy it. And remember, dear listener, next time you're walking out of the underworld with your beloved behind you, don't look back, even if it's just to check whether they're rolling their eyes. Let us now delve into one of Greek mythology's most uncomfortable tales, a story so laden with awkwardness, repression, and tragedy that it might make a family reunion feel like a walk in Arcadia. This is the tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a cursed love story that manages to entangle gods, kings, and horses, and culminates in one of the most painful misunderstandings in all antiquity. Our story begins, as many do, with the house of Theseus, and I must warn you, this family makes Shakespeare's tragedies look like bedtime stories. Theseus, the famed king of Athens, was a hero of some repute, slayer of the Minotaur, frequent abductor of women, and possessor of a moral compass that spun rather freely. In his later years, Theseus married Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, the same woman who, through divine mischief and bovine seduction, gave birth to the Minotaur. Yes, that Minotaur. Suffice to say, Phaedra came from a complicated lineage. Now, Phaedra herself was not initially marked for tragedy. She was royal, refined, and according to ancient dramatists, possessed of considerable beauty. But as is often the case in Greek mythology, her downfall came courtesy of the gods, specifically Aphrodite, who was having a bit of a sulk. You see, the object of Aphrodite's ire was not Phaedra herself, but Hippolytus, Theseus's son by the Amazon queen Hippolyta, or sometimes Antiope, depending on which mythological gossip column you read. Hippolytus was young, noble, and exceedingly devoted to Artemis, goddess of chastity and the hunt, and that's where the trouble began. Hippolytus had taken a rather public stance against the delights of love. He disdained Aphrodite and her followers, spurning all romance and sexuality in favour of virtue, wilderness, and a good gallop through the woods. This, to Aphrodite, was not just offensive, it was heresy. One does not simply ignore the goddess of desire without consequences. So, as a punishment, most cruel and cunning, Aphrodite decided to strike him where it would hurt the most, through love. Not his love, of course. No, she would make Phaedra, his stepmother, fall madly, hopelessly in love with him. What followed was an agony of silence and longing. Phaedra, struck by this unnatural desire, tried everything to resist. She withdrew from court life, fasted and brooded, always a worrying sign in ancient drama. Her nurse, a character who surely deserves some kind of tragedy support award, eventually dragged the truth from her, and then, in what might be the least helpful act of confidanting in history, told Hippolytus. Now, one must feel at least a modicum of sympathy for the lad. He had done nothing to encourage this. In fact, when he learned of Phaedra's feelings, he reacted with horror, disgust, and, to be quite honest, a bit of self-righteous monologuing about how wicked women could be. He stormed off, leaving behind a nurse wringing her hands and a Phaedra drowning in shame. Seeing no escape from the ruin her desire had wrought, Phaedra wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. It was a lie born of despair, perhaps even a desperate attempt to preserve her honour in death. But the damage was done. Theseus returned, read the letter, and without so much as a trial or a cross-examination, invoked a curse upon his son. Not just any curse, mind you. He called upon his own father, Poseidon, to destroy Hippolytus. And Poseidon, never one to ignore a good curse request, obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coast, Poseidon sent a monstrous bull from the sea. The horses panicked, the chariot shattered, and the young man was dragged to his death. Limbs shattered, body bloodied, virtue intact. It was only after his son lay dying that Theseus learned the truth. Artemis, in one of her rare public appearances, descended to reveal the full story. The boy had been innocent. The gods had played their cruel games. The father had believed a lie, and it was all too late. Theseus, for all his heroism, was left with the bitterest of punishments, surviving his mistake. Now then, let us pause for breath. That was rather a lot, wasn't it? Mythological context first. This tale was most famously immortalized in Euripides' tragedy Hippolytus, a masterpiece of psychological tension and emotional restraint. The play was performed in 428 BCE and won first prize at the Dionysia, a festival where, presumably, the audience wept into their amphorae of wine. In Euripides' version, the moral terrain is complex. Phaedra is not a villainess, but a tragic pawn, crushed by the weight of divine manipulation. Hippolytus is not a flawless hero, but a young man rigid in his virtue, blind to compassion. And Theseus never really comes off well, does he? From a cultural standpoint, the play is soaked in Athenian anxiety about passion, honour, and the role of women. Phaedra is torn between her emotions and her reputation. She chooses death over disgrace, a stark reminder of how a woman's value in ancient Greece was often tied not to her character, but to her chastity. The play also explores a theme quite modern in its resonance, the dangers of absolutism. Hippolytus, in his absolute rejection of desire, becomes ironically vulnerable to its most destructive form. Phaedra, caught between passion and propriety, is crushed by the impossibility of reconciling the two. And Theseus, caught between love and law, chooses neither wisely. Let's turn now to Aphrodite, the divine catalyst of this mess. She opens the play with a speech declaring her intention to punish Hippolytus for failing to honour her. It is a striking and unnerving moment. Here, the goddess is not love incarnate, but desire weaponized. She doesn't seek romance or pleasure. She seeks submission. She is, quite literally, a force of nature that punishes those who try to live outside it. The Greeks understood that love could be a source of joy, but also madness, violence, and ruin. That duality is at the heart of this myth. To love too little is to offend the gods. To love too much is to destroy oneself. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus' lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus' patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favourites in turn. There's a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favour. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts, not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly. And whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Paris and Helen, a pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. And yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain: this was never a love story, not truly. No, this was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance, a myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He a mortal king, she a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, as with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities, and rather than sulk quietly in the shadows like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words: to the fairest. Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase, to the fairest, one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant. Each goddess, like a contestant on an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation, by Zeus in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, travelled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away Helen. Some versions say she went willingly. Others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honour, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilizing force, a thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft. More fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions on the battlefield. His brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honour after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned. But Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she is the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts with the teller, reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies. Later, filled with remorse, she throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice, and yet they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures not because it is romantic, but because it is recognizably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The face that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin. And the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth, wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So, rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline. Or at the very least check for curses. Good night. We begin our journey into the most cursed families of Greek mythology with a dinner invitation. But this is not the sort of feast you'd like to attend. It is the sort of meal that becomes legend for all the wrong reasons. At its head sits Tantalus, king of Lydia and favoured son of Zeus, at least once upon a time. Now, Tantalus wasn't your average mortal. He was granted the rare honour of dining at the table of the gods themselves, lounging amongst ambrosia and nectar, partaking in divine conversation. For a while it seemed he had it all: status, wealth, access to Olympus. But as with most mortals given a seat too close to the heavens, he made the rather unfortunate choice of trying to outwit the gods. And so, in a gesture of pure madness, or perhaps twisted curiosity, Tantalus invited the gods to a feast of his own, a banquet prepared in his palace with golden vessels and ivory platters. And at the centre of it all he served stew, rich, fragrant stew, the main ingredient, his own son, Pelops. This was not a culinary misstep. This was a test. Tantalus, in his arrogance, wanted to see whether the gods could tell what they were eating. Could divine beings truly detect mortal meat when disguised with garlic and herbs? Could he trick omniscience? As one might expect, the gods were not amused. Most recognized the atrocity immediately and refused to partake. Poseidon pushed away his bowl in disgust. Hermes turned pale. But Demeter, distracted by grief over her abducted daughter Persephone, absent-mindedly nibbled on a shoulder before anyone could stop her. The gods, horrified, brought Pelops back to life, reassembling him like a macabre puzzle, and replacing the missing shoulder with one of ivory. The young man, to his credit, returned to the land of the living with remarkably little complaint. But Tantalus was cast into the deepest pits of Tartarus, where he would forever stand in a pool of water beneath fruit-laden branches, unable to drink or eat. The water always recedes, the fruit always pulls away. Thus we have the word tantalize, to reach forever and grasp nothing. And so begins the tragedy of the House of Atreus. A tale so thoroughly soaked in treachery, vengeance, and familial bloodshed that it makes other dynasties look positively functional by comparison. Pelops, restored and glistening with his new ivory shoulder, went on to marry Hippodamia, the daughter of King Oenomaus. But even that came at a cost. King Oenomaus, fearing a prophecy that his son-in-law would kill him, devised a deadly courting ritual. He would challenge each of his daughter's suitors to a chariot race. If the suitor lost, he'd be killed, usually rather spectacularly, and his severed head nailed to the palace walls for display. Many tried, none succeeded, until Pelops came along. Clever rather than brave, Pelops decided to stack the odds in his favour. He convinced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, to sabotage the king's vehicle, replacing the bronze linchpins with ones made of wax. During the race, the heat melted the wax. The chariot collapsed. Oenomaus died in a tangle of limbs and horses. Pelops married Hippodamia, and Myrtilus, expecting a reward, reminded Pelops of their deal, which, depending on the version, included a promise of one night with the bride. Pelops did what many mythological heroes do when someone becomes inconvenient. He pushed Myrtilus off a cliff. As the charioteer plummeted to his death, he laid a curse on Pelops and all his descendants. It is this curse, born not of divine wrath, but of personal betrayal, that truly haunts the House of Atreus. Pelops and Hippodamia had children, sons who would carry the curse forward like a poisoned torch. Chief among them were Atreus and Thyestes. Now, the feud between Atreus and Thyestes is the stuff of family nightmares. It makes sibling squabbles over inheritance look charming. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the two brothers competed for power. Initially, Atreus seemed the rightful heir, but Thyestes tricked him out of the throne by seducing Atreus's wife and stealing a golden lamb, a symbol of kingship. Having been thoroughly betrayed, Atreus plotted revenge with the same culinary flair that had defined his grandfather. He invited Thyestes to a reconciliation banquet. The wine flowed, the courses were lavish, Thyestes ate heartily. Then Atreus presented the heads and hands of Thyestes' sons on a platter, revealing that he had unknowingly dined on his own children. Yes, again with the cannibalism. You might be noticing a pattern. The gods, if they were still watching, must have winced. But there were no lightning bolts this time. No divine retribution. Only the heavy silence of a curse continuing to seep into the stonework of the palace. Thyestes, devastated, fled. He consulted an oracle, hoping for some form of justice. The oracle, cryptic as always, told him the only way to avenge his children was to father another child with his own daughter, Pelopeia, which he did, quietly, disguised. Pelopeia later gave birth to a son named Aegisthus. And yes, if you're counting, that makes Aegisthus both son and grandson to Thyestes. Aegisthus was raised under strange circumstances and only later discovered his true parentage. Meanwhile, Atreus maintained power, and the next generation began to come of age. Atreus had two sons of his own, Agamemnon and Menelaus. They were raised in a court haunted by betrayal and blood. When Agamemnon came of age, he married Clytemnestra, and Menelaus married Helen. Yes, that Helen, the one whose abduction sparked the Trojan War. But before ships could sail, the winds died. The fleet sat motionless in the harbour. Agamemnon had offended Artemis, goddess of the hunt. Some say he killed one of her sacred stags. Others claim he boasted of being the better hunter. Either way, Artemis demanded a price, the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon faced an impossible choice. He chose ambition. Iphigenia was summoned under false pretenses, told she was to marry Achilles, and then led to the altar. In some versions, Artemis replaced her with a deer at the last moment. In others, she died. Either way, the moral debt was incurred, a debt that would be collected soon enough. Agamemnon sailed to Troy. 10 years passed, 10 long, brutal years. And when at last he returned home triumphant, he brought with him a Trojan princess, Cassandra, as a war prize and concubine. An insult Clytemnestra did not take lightly. She had waited. She had brooded. She had taken Aegisthus as her lover. And when Agamemnon stepped into his palace, she welcomed him with warm smiles, soft robes, and a bath. Then she killed him, possibly with an axe, possibly entangled in a net. The details vary, but the outcome does not. Cassandra, cursed always to speak truth, and never be believed, was murdered too. The palace once again soaked in royal blood. Now the curse turned to the children of Agamemnon, Electra and Orestes. Exiled, grieving, and vengeful, they plotted their return. Years later, Orestes crept back into Mycenae. With Electra's help, he killed Aegisthus. Then in a final shattering act, he murdered his mother. Matricide. A crime so terrible, even the gods refused to look away. Orestes fled, hounded by the Furies, ancient spirits of vengeance. They were relentless, shrieking, clawing, driving him mad. He found no peace. He begged Apollo for help. The gods sent him to Athens, where the matter was put before a court, the Areopagus. This trial, recounted in Aeschylus's Eumenides, is more than a mythic episode. It marks a cultural shift, from blood vengeance to civic justice. Athena, goddess of wisdom, cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted, and the Furies, soothed and renamed the Kindly Ones, were given a new role as protectors of justice rather than instruments of wrath. And so, the house of Atreus, after generations of horror, finally found a form of peace. Not through revenge, but through law. Through a jury, not a sword. The curse, it is said, was broken. But of course, stories never end so neatly. The legends of Atreus remained alive in the Greek mind for centuries. The family became a symbol of how wrongdoing echoes down generations, how the past grips the present, and how even the greatest houses can rot from within. They were reminders that pride, ambition, and betrayal never go unpunished. Not by gods, not by fate, not by memory. And so we leave them now. Picture the palace of Mycenae, its golden halls dimmed, its stones bearing silent witness to secrets too old to speak. The dining table sits empty. Somewhere in the shadows, a servant sweeps the floor where kings once bled. Outside, the wind rustles through olive trees, and above, the stars flicker with quiet indifference. The house is still, but the echoes remain. When we last left the house of Atreus, the air in Mycenae was thick with blood, curses, and the smell of reheated vengeance. Atreus had fed his brother his own children, the gods had largely stepped back in exhausted silence, and Agamemnon, Atreus' son, was preparing for war. Now we turn our attention more closely to Agamemnon himself. You may have heard of him in passing, most likely as the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War, or that king with the daughter sacrificing problem. And both are true, though neither does justice to the man's particular talent for choosing the worst possible option in almost any situation. To begin, Agamemnon was king of Mycenae, a powerful Bronze Age city-state said to glitter with gold, command armies, and echo with secrets. His wife was Clytemnestra, a formidable woman in her own right, clever, proud, and with a memory like a steel trap. Together they ruled Mycenae and had several children, including Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes. Then came Paris, not the city, the Trojan prince. He arrived in Sparta and stole away Helen, who happened to be Clytemnestra's sister, and, unfortunately for everyone involved, the wife of Agamemnon's brother Menelaus. What followed was less a family reunion and more a pan-Hellenic temper tantrum. Menelaus wanted his wife back. Agamemnon, ever the statesman, agreed to lead the charge. The other kings and warriors of Greece, some eager and some less so, were gathered under Agamemnon's banner. But the gods had ideas of their own. As the fleet prepared to sail from Aulis, the winds died. The ships bobbed listlessly in the water, sails hanging limp as laundry. Days passed, supplies dwindled, morale waned. The seers consulted omens, birds, bones, and bits of burnt liver. The answer came: Artemis was angry. The reason? That depends. One version says Agamemnon killed a sacred stag in one of her groves. Another claims he boasted that he was a better hunter than the goddess herself. A laughable thing to say about a deity who could shoot a flea off a galloping deer. Regardless, Artemis demanded recompense. A life for a life, specifically the life of Iphigenia. The command was clear. Sacrifice your daughter, and the winds will return. Refuse, and the fleet rots at harbour. Your allies turn on you, and the war ends before it even begins. Agamemnon hesitated. He was, after all, a father, but he was also a king, a general, and a man of ambition. Eventually, ambition won. He sent word to Clytemnestra, telling her to bring Iphigenia to Aulis under the false pretense that she was to marry Achilles. One can only imagine the mood when mother and daughter arrived. The joy of a royal engagement, the dressing in white, the proud father waiting, not with a ring, but a knife. What happened next depends on the storyteller. In some versions, Iphigenia is sacrificed on the altar, her cries silenced by the wind that finally returns. In others, Artemis has a last-minute change of heart, swaps the girl for a deer, and whisks Iphigenia away to serve in her temple at Tauris. But regardless of whether she died or was spirited away, one thing is certain. Clytemnestra believed her daughter was murdered, and Clytemnestra never forgot. Agamemnon went on to Troy, a city with high walls, high drama, and an unfortunate tendency to attract divine attention. There he clashed swords, shouted orders, and argued constantly with Achilles, whose ego could probably have sacked the city on its own. Years passed, 10 of them in fact. During that time, Agamemnon took a concubine, Cassandra, a Trojan princess cursed by Apollo. She had the gift of prophecy, but was doomed never to be believed, which made her something of a tragic Cassandra, in the original and most literal sense. Eventually, Troy fell. Agamemnon returned home in triumph. He brought spoils, stories, and Cassandra. What he did not bring was humility, remorse, or even a basic grasp of tact. Let us now turn to the palace of Mycenae. Imagine it looming on the hill, built of great stones so massive that later generations would claim they were placed by giants. Cyclopean masonry, they called it. Inside, the hearth glows faintly. servants whisper, and in the hall stands Clytemnestra, waiting. For a decade she has ruled in his absence. She has run the palace, raised the children, and endured the whispers about Iphigenia. And, most notably, she has taken a lover, Aegisthus, cousin to Agamemnon, and that same child born of incest between Thyestes and his daughter Pelopeia. In many ways, Aegisthus was the curse personified, a walking, brooding embodiment of all the unresolved blood debts in the family. When Agamemnon arrived, he expected garlands and praise. What he received was a bath. Clytemnestra welcomed him graciously, helped him into the palace, and encouraged him to walk upon rich tapestries, an honour typically reserved for gods. Agamemnon hesitated, sensing hubris in the gesture, but relented. It was his last proud decision. Inside the bath, as he relaxed from his long journey, Clytemnestra threw a net over him, some say a robe or a fishing net, and struck him with an axe repeatedly. Some versions have Aegisthus deliver the blow, but most agree it was Clytemnestra who killed him. Not in a fit of passion, but in cold, ceremonial vengeance. Cassandra, ever the prophet, knew it was coming. She had seen her own death and Agamemnon's before they stepped off the ship. No one listened, of course. They never did. She was dragged inside and murdered as well. And so Agamemnon, hero of Troy, fell not on the battlefield but in his own home, in his own bath, at the hands of his wife. Was it justice? Revenge? Curse? All of the above, really. The Greeks, who had a knack for tragic reasoning, understood that blood begets blood, and every wrong, even one sanctioned by the gods, carries a price. Clytemnestra took power, ruling alongside Aegisthus. For a time there was uneasy stability, but Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, did not forget. He was exiled, growing up in another court, told again and again of his father's murder. His sister, Electra, remained in Mycenae, nursing her own slow-burning fury. Years passed. Then Orestes returned. What followed was not swift. Greek revenge never is. Orestes plotted with Electra. He crept into the palace disguised, perhaps as a messenger or a stranger bearing news of his own death. The plan was theatrical, almost ritualistic. When the time came, Orestes killed Aegisthus. Then, face to face with his mother, he hesitated, but not for long. He struck her down, his mother. Her blood joined that of her husband, her lover, her daughter. The floor of the palace must have known its way around a stain by then. Yet this act, unlike Agamemnon's sacrifice, was not accepted in silence. The Furies came. Ancient, primal goddesses of vengeance, they pursued Orestes without rest. In every temple, in every dream, they howled. Not even Apollo could shield him for long. He sent Orestes to Athens to plead his case before the Areopagus, a jury of Athenian citizens presided over by none other than Athena. And for the first time in Greek mythology, justice became a matter not of blood, but of law. The trial was close. Half voted for acquittal, half for guilt. Athena cast the deciding vote, acquittal. She reasoned that the bond between mother and child, while sacred, was not greater than the father's claim, especially in matters of kingship and legacy. A legal decision, if not a warm one. The Furies, initially enraged, were given a new role, transformed from vengeful spirits into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They would no longer torment, they would protect. A tidy ending, if you believe in such things. But the house still stood. The curse, perhaps lifted, perhaps merely dormant, lingered in the stones. And what of Agamemnon's folly? To the Greeks, He was both hero and cautionary tale. A great king brought low by arrogance, by sacrifice, by the inability to see past his own ambition. He led 1,000 ships, toppled a city, and returned to nothing. His story was told again and again, in Homer, in Aeschylus, in whispers beneath flickering torchlight. Not because he was noble, but because he was inevitable. The sort of man who always appears where curses linger. The kind of king who mistakes blood for legacy. So now, as you close your eyes, picture the palace once more, the bath water cooling, the axe leaning quietly against the wall, a woman stepping into shadow, a boy watching from the stair, and somewhere beyond, the gods exhale, tired of mortals and their endless inability to leave well enough alone. Picture, if you will, the quiet after a storm. Not the peaceful kind, but the thick, disquieting stillness that follows after something terrible has happened. The palace of Mycenae stands heavy with silence. The king lies dead. The queen too. The gods say nothing. The servants say even less. Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, has done what no son should do. He has killed his mother. Now, one might argue, indeed, the entire city whispers it, that she had it coming. Clytemnestra murdered her husband after all, not with subtlety, but with a bath, a net, and an axe. For years she ruled with her lover Aegisthus, whose own birth was the product of incest, and whose presence at court never failed to irritate anyone still loyal to Agamemnon's memory. But in Greek thought, morality wasn't a neat ledger of he started it and she deserved it. It was far messier, soaked with blood and layered with expectation. Clytemnestra, for all her crimes, was still a mother. And the Greeks, much like the gods they worshipped, frowned severely upon matricide. When Orestes committed the act, when he lifted the blade, when his mother looked him in the eyes and called him her son, he set into motion one of the most haunting consequences in all of Greek mythology. He became prey to the Furies. They did not arrive with thunder or fanfare. The Furies are not showy, like Zeus with his lightning or Poseidon with his waves. They are quiet, persistent, unrelenting. Often called the Erinyes, they are older than the Olympians. Born from the blood of Uranus when Cronus castrated him, yes, that again, they serve a singular purpose, to punish those who violate the deepest taboos. And few taboos are deeper than the murder of one's own blood. They find Orestes quickly. No matter where he runs, they follow. Not walking, but swarming. Clad in dark robes, their hair a nest of writhing serpents, their hands dripping with unseen gore. They are not monsters exactly, but they are terrifying in their inevitability. Like guilt personified, like justice when it forgets to be kind. Orestes flees Mycenae. His sister Electra, who helped plan the revenge, stays behind. She had her own reasons, her own ghosts to placate. But Orestes is now alone, and madness settles over him like a second skin. He cannot sleep. He cannot eat. He hears whispering where there is none. His eyes twitch toward shadows. The Furies do not strike him down. They do something worse. They pursue him into exhaustion, into sickness, into the fraying edges of his mind. And yet they never touch him. That is not their way. At last, in desperation, Orestes seeks refuge at the temple of Apollo at Delphi. He collapses before the god's image, still reeking of blood and remorse. He begs Apollo for help, for protection, for forgiveness. Apollo, to his credit, takes responsibility. After all, it was he who told Orestes to avenge his father. Some say it was through an oracle. Others say Apollo himself whispered it into the boy's ear. Either way, the god cannot very well abandon him now. Apollo tells Orestes to go to Athens. There he will be judged. Not by gods, not by curses, but by mortals. A trial will be held. And for the first time in Greek myth, justice will be a question of law, not vengeance. Now this is rather important, because up to this point in the long, bleeding tale of the House of Atreus, there's been very little room for balance. Justice was personal. If someone murdered your father, you murdered them. If your brother stole your throne, you cooked his children. And if you were wronged by the gods, you'd better hope you had a daughter left to sacrifice. But Athens, glorious, infuriating, democratic Athens, was different, at least in principle. They believed in courts, juries, deliberation. Not perfect, certainly, but better than nets and axes in the bath. So Orestes travels to Athens, a fugitive dragging his curse behind him. There, in the shadow of the Acropolis, the goddess Athena herself agrees to oversee the trial. The court is the Areopagus, a rocky hill near the centre of the city, still visible today, where in myth and memory the first murder trial was said to take place. The jury is composed of Athenian citizens. The prosecutor? The Furies themselves. And they are not subtle. They stand, cloaked and dreadful, eyes like smouldering coals. They accuse Orestes of matricide, and they are correct. He did kill his mother. The facts are not in dispute, but they do not argue reason. They invoke ancient law, blood for blood, no exceptions. Apollo, in turn, speaks for the defence. He argues that Orestes was avenging a greater wrong, the murder of Agamemnon, king and father. He even adds, somewhat awkwardly, that the bond between a father and son is stronger than that between a mother and child, since the mother is merely a nurse of the seed, while true parentage comes from the father. A bold argument, and one that reflects the uncomfortable gender views of the time, but it sways some of the jurors. The vote is taken, the results are split, a tie, the matter hangs like smoke. Then Athena steps forward. As goddess of wisdom, strategy, and law, she casts the deciding vote. She votes to acquit. Orestes falls to his knees. The Furies howl in protest, their shrieks echoing through the stone. But Athena does not silence them with threats. She speaks to them respectfully, offering them a new role in Athens. No longer vengeful spirits, they shall be honoured as the Eumenides, the kindly ones. They will protect the innocent, guard oaths, and ensure harmony. It is a political solution as much as a mythological one, a transition from the old world of retribution to the new world of civility. Whether the Furies are truly appeased or simply exhausted, they accept. Orestes is free, but the curse, one suspects, does not vanish so much as shift. The House of Atreus has spilled its poison across generations, and while Orestes may walk away, the stain remains. Let us pause for a moment here, because this trial, this strange little courtroom drama with gods on the witness stand, holds an odd significance. To the ancient Greeks, the story of Orestes wasn't just a myth. It was an allegory for the evolution of their society. From chaos to order. From family vendettas to civic responsibility. It told them that even the darkest crimes could be addressed without bloodshed. That a jury, not a sword, could end a cycle. Of course, whether the jury always got it right is another matter. But myth, like law, is as much about hope as it is about precedent. And what of Orestes? His life after the trial was not peaceful. but it was quieter. He returned to Mycenae, reclaimed the throne, and eventually married Hermione, daughter of Menelaus and Helen, which, yes, made her his cousin. But by Greek royal standards, that was practically progressive. Some stories say he later killed Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, over a territorial dispute or possibly over Hermione herself. Others say he died peacefully, bitten by a snake in Arcadia. Either way, his life remained entangled in myth, a half-hero wandering the edges of a world that never quite forgave him. And the Furies, they lingered too, transformed but never forgotten. In tragedy, in temple rites, in whispered prayers before oath-taking, they stood in the background, dark, waiting, occasionally merciful. Even today, when we speak of someone being hounded by guilt, we invoke something very old, a sense that conscience is not just internal, but ancestral, that some voices come not from within, but from the past, dragging iron chains and ancient expectations. So now, close your eyes and imagine Athens at dusk. The sun sinks low over the marble columns. The streets hum with quiet life, merchants closing stalls, children chasing goats, philosophers squabbling over olives. On the Areopagus, a breeze stirs the dust where gods once stood, and mortals cast votes that changed history. And somewhere, far away but still watching, the kindly ones murmur. Not to punish this time, but simply to remember. Justice, once born in blood, now wears a robe and carries a scroll. And if that isn't cursed, perhaps it's progress. Let us now take a quiet walk eastward, away from the blood-slick stones of Mycenae, and toward the hills of Boeotia, where the proud city of Thebes once stood. A place crowned with towers, thick with myth, and so thoroughly entangled with divine wrath and human foolishness that it seems almost a miracle anyone lived there at all. Thebes, you see, was cursed from the very moment someone thought, what if we built a city here? Our story begins not with a king, but with a cow. A white one, sent by the Phoenician prince Cadmus to guide him to the spot where he was to found his city. Apollo, never one to offer straightforward advice, had told Cadmus to follow the cow and build where it lay down. So Cadmus obeyed. He followed the cow until it collapsed from exhaustion, and there he began to lay the first stones of Thebes. Then he made the mistake of needing water. Nearby was a spring, guarded by a serpent. A very large one. Some called it a dragon. Others said it was sacred to Ares, god of war. Either way, Cadmus killed it, as one does when confronted by a large, hissing thing between you and your water source. The gods, predictably, were unimpressed. Ares in particular held a grudge. As punishment, Cadmus was sentenced to serve Ares for 8 years. Something not many mortals lived to describe. But more importantly, before leaving the spring, Cadmus buried the serpent's teeth into the soil. Whether this was divine instruction or a peculiar gardening impulse is unclear. What matters is what grew. Warriors. Fully formed, armoured men, erupting from the earth like crops. They were called the Sparti, or sown men, and they immediately started killing each other. Cadmus, sensibly, threw a rock among them, tricking them into thinking one of their own had attacked first. By the end of it, only 5 remained. These 5 would become the ancestors of Thebes' noble families. Yes, the ruling houses of Thebes descended from magically grown murderers born of a dragon's tooth. That rather sets the tone. Cadmus eventually completed his punishment and was allowed to marry Harmonia, daughter of Ares and Aphrodite. A diplomatic union if ever there was one. Their wedding was a grand affair. The gods attended. They brought gifts. Harmonia received a necklace from Hephaestus, the god of the forge. A beautiful thing. Possibly cursed, almost certainly cursed. Because you see, nothing given by a wronged god is ever free of strings. And Hephaestus had reason to be bitter. Aphrodite, his wife, had cheated on him with Ares, many times, publicly. So perhaps this necklace was not so much a gift as a time-delayed act of pettiness. Regardless, it would travel through generations of Theban women, bringing tragedy wherever it went. A sort of deadly family heirloom, passed down with care and blood. Cadmus and Harmonia eventually left Thebes behind, transformed into serpents by the gods, and slithered off to live in exile. One of the few happy endings, if you're fond of scales. But their descendants stayed, and the curse remained. Several generations later, we come to King Laius. Laius was descended from Cadmus and inherited the Theban throne. Unfortunately, he had a prophecy problem. The oracle at Delphi warned him never to have children, as any son he fathered would one day kill him. Now, Laius might have avoided this fate if he had followed the very basic rule of not angering both the gods and his wife. But alas, he failed at both. He assaulted a young man named Chrysippus. Yes, assaulted, which earned the wrath of both the gods and the boy's father, King Pelops. And then, despite the prophecy, he fathered a child with his queen Jocasta. Upon the boy's birth, Laius panicked. He ordered the infant to be exposed on a mountainside, abandoned to die with a spike through his ankles. A shepherd was tasked with the deed, but in true mythological fashion, he passed the boy to another shepherd, who passed him to another, and eventually the child ended up in Corinth, raised by the king and queen there, who had been childless and were delighted by the mysterious bundle of doom. They named him Oedipus. Yes, that Oedipus. His name, incidentally, means swollen foot, in reference to the wounds from the spike, a charming reminder of infant trauma. He grew up thinking he was the Prince of Corinth, until one day someone at a party called him a bastard. As one does when one has run out of wine and things to insult. Oedipus, disturbed, went to the oracle at Delphi for answers. The oracle did not tell him who his parents were. Instead it said, quite cheerfully, "You will kill your father and marry your mother." Most of us would have asked for a second opinion. Oedipus simply fled Corinth, determined never to return, and thus, he believed, to avoid his fate. And here the gods must have smiled, for nothing delights them more than a mortal trying to outrun destiny. On the road to Thebes, Oedipus encountered an older man and his entourage at crossroads. A quarrel broke out, perhaps over who had right of way, or perhaps because Greek roads seemed to encourage homicide. Oedipus, trained in combat, killed the man and continued on his way. Of course, that man was Laius, his biological father. And so, with admirable efficiency, the first half of the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus arrived at Thebes to find the city terrorized by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. She had parked herself outside the gates and demanded passers-by answer her riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Many had tried. Most had died. Oedipus, cleverer than he looked, answered correctly. Man. Crawling as a baby, walking upright, and leaning on a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, threw herself off a cliff, as was customary, and Thebes was saved. In gratitude, The Thebans offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of their widowed queen, Jocasta. Yes, she was his mother. He accepted, of course, not knowing. They married, had children, 4 of them, and for a time Thebes prospered, until a plague struck. The crops failed, women miscarried, livestock dropped dead. The city stank of rot and fear. The people cried out for answers, and Oedipus, ever the responsible king, sent for the oracle. The answer returned. The plague is punishment. The land is unclean. A murderer walks among you, unpunished. And so Oedipus, with tragic resolve, begins to investigate. He follows the clues like a detective in a very grim procedural drama. Bit by bit, the truth emerges. The man he killed on the road was Laius. The queen he married is his mother. His children are his siblings. The prophecy has been fulfilled in full. Jocasta, upon realizing the truth, hangs herself. Oedipus stabs out his eyes with the pins from her dress. There's a certain symmetry in it. He who was blind to the truth now literally blinds himself. He abdicates the throne and wanders into exile, led by his daughter Antigone. Now, if this were any other story, this would be the end. But this is Thebes. The curse has more work to do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherit the kingdom. They agree to share power, ruling in alternate years. But Eteocles refuses to step down when his turn is over. Polynices, furious, raises an army and marches on the city. This becomes the War of the 7 against Thebes, a doomed venture in which almost everyone dies, including the 2 brothers, who kill each other in single combat. Creon, Jocasta's brother, takes the throne. He declares that Eteocles shall be buried with honour, and Polynices shall be left to rot in the sun. Antigone, Oedipus's daughter, defies this order and buries her brother anyway. Creon, a man who has never read a single tragedy in his life, sentences her to death. She hangs herself. Her fiancé, Creon's son, kills himself beside her. Creon's wife kills herself in grief. Thebes is soaked once again in royal blood, and the gods are silent. Perhaps asleep. Perhaps simply tired of being ignored. Thebes by now is less a city and more a cautionary tale. Founded on dragon's teeth, ruled by men who try to defy fate, protected by no one. Its legacy is not glory or gold, but the soft, suffocating weight of inevitability. And still, the people endure. Brick by brick, they rebuild. Children are born. Festivals are held. The streets echo with laughter and market stalls, even if the ghosts outnumber the living. And somewhere, buried beneath the stones, is the necklace of Harmonia, glinting faintly, waiting for the next hand foolish enough to wear it. Thebes has never been known for its restful silence. For centuries, it has echoed with curses, prophecies, accidental incest, and the sort of family reunions that end in bloodshed. So it's almost comforting, almost predictable, that even after the Great War of the 7 against Thebes, even after Oedipus's tragic unravelling and the bitter clash between his sons, there is still one more story to play out. A final, quiet rebellion. One that doesn't involve swords or kings, but simply a girl, a body, and a handful of dust. Antigone, daughter of Oedipus and Jocasta, which also makes her, in the tangled roots of that unfortunate tree, both the daughter and the granddaughter of her own mother. But Greek myth rarely stops to check for genealogical neatness. Antigone has always seemed set apart, dignified, unshaken. Even as a child in Sophocles' plays, she is the one who guides her father, Oedipus, into exile, shielding him from shame and harsh roads with a sort of grim adult grace. By the time her brothers Eteocles and Polynices have died killing one another in a civil war, Antigone has already outlived most of her family and much of her faith in kings. Let's pause briefly here. The conflict between the two brothers was supposedly over power. Eteocles refused to give up the throne when his time as co-ruler was over, and Polynices brought an army to take it by force. But in a deeper sense, it was simply the next step in Thebes' family curse. Oedipus's sins falling like black snow on the next generation. The brothers fell by each other's hands, and in death they left Thebes in the hands of their uncle, Creon. Creon, by all accounts, was a competent ruler, or at least he tried to be. He had witnessed Oedipus's rise and ruin, Jocasta's death, the war, and the collapse of what little peace the city ever had. So when he came to power, he did what many leaders do when chaos surrounds them. He doubled down on control, structure, obedience, law, the kind that doesn't bend, even when the wind howls. And so, to establish order, Creon issued a decree. Eteocles, who had defended the city, would be buried with full honours. Polynices, who had attacked it, would be denied all burial. His body would lie unburied outside the city walls, exposed to the sun, the dogs, the crows. No funeral rites, no mourning, just public disgrace. Now, in ancient Greek religion, this was more than symbolic cruelty. The soul of the unburied dead could not cross into the afterlife. It would wander, lost, unable to rest, a ghost with nowhere to go, a curse within a curse. And this, to Antigone, was unacceptable. She stood before her sister, Ismene, and told her plainly, "I will bury our brother." Ismene recoiled, horrified. It wasn't that she didn't love Polynices, but the law was clear, and the punishment for disobedience was death. She begged Antigone to reconsider, but Antigone would not. Her reasoning was simple. There are laws older than Creon's, older than cities. The gods demand respect for the dead, and family, cursed or not, deserves dignity. Polynices may have made mistakes, but so had everyone else in this family. Antigone would not let his soul drift in darkness because a king feared disorder. So, under cover of night, Antigone slipped out past the walls of Thebes. She found her brother's body, and she did what no law could forbid. She gave him burial. Not a full ceremony, there was no time for that, but enough. A scattering of earth. A whispered prayer. Enough for the gods to know someone remembered. It should have ended there. But tragedy, like bureaucracy, loves an escalation. The next day, a guard reported that the body had been disturbed, buried in fact, not deeply but symbolically, just enough to count. Creon was enraged. He ordered the culprit found, and soon, the guards, terrified of being blamed, set a trap. They uncovered the body and waited. Antigone returned. Perhaps she knew they were watching. Perhaps she didn't care. Either way, she approached the corpse again and began to rebury it. The guards seized her and brought her to Creon. And now the tragedy sharpens. Creon is faced with the niece of his late sister, the woman engaged to his son Haman, and a citizen of noble blood. But none of that matters to him. The law, he insists, is the law. If it is broken without consequence, what is the point of any order? If one woman is allowed to ignore a decree, who else will follow? Antigone does not flinch. She admits to the burial. She says she would do it again. She says the law of the gods is higher than the law of kings. And she says it all calmly, with a serenity that unsettles everyone present. Creon, though shaken, sentences her to death. Haman arrives and pleads for her life. He tries to reason with his father. He reminds him that the people of Thebes sympathize with Antigone, that her act was one of piety, not rebellion. But Creon will not be swayed. The more he is challenged, the harder he digs in. He accuses his son of betrayal, of weakness. Haman, heartbroken, leaves. Creon decides to spare himself the political risk of a public execution. Instead, he orders Antigone sealed inside a stone tomb in the wilderness, left with just enough food to technically claim she wasn't directly killed. It's a particularly Greek form of logic, indirect cruelty with a veneer of formality. So Antigone is led away, her head held high. She sings laments not for herself, but for Thebes, for her brother, for the world that allows injustice to wear a crown. And then the tomb is sealed, but the gods finally stir. Tiresias, the blind prophet who has seen every generation of Theban disaster, comes to Creon with a warning. The gods are angry. The sacrifices are not burning properly. The birds no longer sing. The city is unclean. Creon must bury Polynices, and he must free Antigone, or ruin will follow. At first, Creon resists. Then slowly fear seeps into his spine. He relents. He orders Polynices buried. Then he hurries to the tomb, but he is too late. Antigone has taken her own life, hanging herself by her veil. Haman, who arrived moments before his father, found her and attempted to cut her down. But when Creon entered, he saw his son, covered in blood, embracing the lifeless body. Haman pulled his sword, not against his father, but against himself, and died beside her. And when word reached Eurydice, Creon's wife, she too took her life. Her final words, delivered by messenger, were a quiet curse against the man who had cost her both her sons. And so Creon, who set out to preserve order, is left with silence. His niece, his son, his wife, all gone. He sits in the palace alone. No triumphant music, no final chorus of praise, just the dull echo of footsteps in a place that has forgotten how to be a home. Now let us reflect, softly, on what this myth has offered. It is not the story of a rebellion, at least not in the grand, theatrical sense. Antigone was no revolutionary. She did not seek to overthrow the government or lead a mob. She simply saw her brother's body abandoned and chose not to look away. She acted with conviction, and she paid the price. But her defiance became something more. Not in her lifetime, certainly, but in memory. Sophocles' play would be read for centuries as a meditation on law, conscience, and the terrifying simplicity of doing what one believes is right. Philosophers argued over it. Politicians quoted it. Writers echoed it in plays and novels and manifestos. Even in modern times, Antigone remains the figure of moral clarity in a world of noise. And what of Creon? He is not a villain in the traditional mould. He is a man crushed by duty and too afraid to be wrong. His laws are not evil, they are rigid. His downfall is not cruelty. It is pride, inflexibility, and the inability to hear the quiet truth when it whispers. In this way, Creon is every leader who mistakes order for justice, and every person who punishes love in the name of rules. He, too, is a product of his time, of his city, of the long cruel echo of Thebes' legacy. Antigone's body may have been entombed, but her story walked free. So now, as you close your eyes, picture a quiet path beyond the gates of Thebes, the tomb half buried in the hillside, the trees swaying gently, the crows watching from a distance, puzzled that the feast of Polynices has finally disappeared beneath the earth. And in the city, a king with no heir, no wife, and no answer. Thebes sleeps, restless as always. If ever there were a family tree best left unplanted, it would be the house of Tantalus, rooted in hubris, watered by betrayal, and producing fruit almost exclusively of the poisoned and patricidal variety. This noble line offers us not merely one cursed figure, but an entire dynasty seemingly dedicated to offending the gods in new and imaginative ways. Let us begin, as is often wise, with the patriarch, Tantalus, a name that would become synonymous with longing and denial, and with good reason. Tantalus was, by mortal standards, spectacularly privileged. King of Lydia, or Sipylus, depending on your source, he was a favourite of the gods. Not merely tolerated, mind you, but actually invited to dine with them, a rare honour. He sat at the same celestial table as Zeus himself. He drank ambrosia. He listened to divine secrets. He saw things no mortal should see and lived to speak of them, which of course he did. Frequently, loudly. Tantalus, as it turns out, was not content with divine friendship. He wanted something more permanent, something impressive, something that would remind all the other kings that he was special. So he decided to test the gods. Now, to be clear, testing the gods in Greek mythology is rarely a good idea. They don't enjoy surprises. They're not fond of puzzles. And they've never once said, "How clever of you to challenge us." But Tantalus, perhaps emboldened by ambrosia or ego, devised a plan. He invited the gods to a feast in his palace. So far, so good, and then he served them stew, still fine, but the main ingredient was his son. Yes, Tantalus slaughtered his son Pelops, boiled the flesh, seasoned it carefully, and served it to the immortals, just to see if they would notice. It was, to put it mildly, a serious misjudgment of hospitality etiquette. The gods, fortunately, did notice. Most of them, anyway. Apollo, Hermes, and Zeus immediately set their spoons down with grim expressions. Demeter, distracted by her grief for Persephone, ate a bite from the shoulder. Just the one. But even that was enough to prompt a divine uproar. Tantalus was, quite understandably, struck down and cursed. He was sent to Tartarus, the deepest part of the underworld, where he would suffer an ironically gastronomic punishment. He stands in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree, forever hungry and thirsty. Each time he bends to drink, the water recedes. Each time he reaches for fruit, the branches lift away. Temptation without satisfaction. The original endless buffet. And yet, even from his watery prison, Tantalus left behind something more enduring than his suffering. A family. Pelops, for one, did not stay dead. The gods, perhaps feeling mildly responsible, reassembled the boy and restored him to life. Demeter even replaced the missing shoulder with one made of ivory, a lovely detail that says more about divine craftsmanship than maternal remorse. Thus restored, Pelops was whisked away to the Peloponnesus, which would eventually bear his name. Now Pelops, despite his unusual beginning, grew into a handsome and ambitious young man. And, predictably, he found himself in pursuit of a princess. Her name was Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus, who, like most Greek kings with attractive daughters, was deeply reluctant to let her marry. Oenomaus had been told by an oracle that he would die at the hands of his son-in-law, which put something of a damper on wedding plans. So he devised a clever system to ensure that Hippodamia remained single. Anyone who wanted to marry her had to defeat him in a chariot race. If they lost, they were killed. Simple enough. To ensure victory, Oenomaus used divine horses given to him by Ares. Fast, tireless, and rather inconvenient for any mortal with ordinary beasts. 13 suitors died trying. Pelops, however, was not like the others. He had charm, he had ambition, and he had no qualms about cheating. He bribed the royal charioteer, a man named Myrtilus, to sabotage Oenomaus' chariot, promising him half the kingdom and, disturbingly, a night with Hippodamia. The charioteer agreed. Wax pins were placed in the wheels. The race began, and inevitably Oenomaus crashed and died, perhaps screaming, definitely betrayed. Pelops won the race, won the girl, and had the charioteer thrown off a cliff. One imagines he explained the reward was metaphorical. As Myrtilus plummeted, he cursed Pelops and all his descendants. This is, mythologically speaking, where the housewarming party ends and the bloodbath begins. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, but 2 in particular would carry the curse forward: Atreus and Thyestes. Brothers, rivals, and very much cut from the same gory cloth. The kingdom eventually passed to Atreus, but Thyestes, ever ambitious, seduced Atreus' wife and stole the throne. In response, Atreus invited his brother to a reconciliation feast. You can see where this is going. Atreus killed Thyestes' sons, cooked them, and served them to their father. When Thyestes had finished eating, Atreus revealed the truth by showing him the severed heads and hands. Yes, again with the feast. One must assume Theban dinner invitations were viewed with some suspicion at this point in mythological history. Thyestes, understandably devastated, fled, but the curse was not done. In exile, he was told by the oracle that he must father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. The child of this incestuous union, another horrific echo of Oedipus, would kill Atreus. That child's name was Aegisthus. Now, let's pause to reflect on the architecture of this curse. We have betrayal, murder, incest, cannibalism, and revenge, layered generation upon generation, each new horror echoing the last. The gods are largely silent, as if even they are too weary to intervene any more. Aegisthus was raised by Atreus, who believed him to be his nephew. Later, when the truth emerged, Aegisthus killed Atreus and returned the throne to Thyestes. For a moment, the curse seemed to shift into a holding pattern. And then came Agamemnon, son of Atreus, leader of the Greeks at Troy, brother to Menelaus, husband to Clytemnestra, father to Iphigenia, Electra, and Orestes, a man whose own choices would once again light the fuse. Agamemnon, as we've already seen in earlier chapters, sacrificed his daughter to win fair winds for the war. He returned home after 10 years to find Clytemnestra bitter, Aegisthus ambitious, and fate waiting with a familiar net and a sharpened blade. Agamemnon was murdered in his bath. Aegisthus and Clytemnestra ruled for a time, and then Orestes returned, and the cycle completed another grim rotation with yet more blood and yet more madness. And so, what began with Tantalus' pride became a lineage of unrelenting tragedy. The house of Tantalus, like the fruit that forever eluded its founder, was cursed never to find peace. Every gain led to loss. Every victory fed the fire of the next calamity. But here's the curious thing. For all the horror, for all the sleepless guilt and divine silence, the myths do not end in despair. Not quite. Orestes, after his trial in Athens, was acquitted. He founded cities. He married. he ruled. Some say the curse was lifted with him. Others say it simply went quiet. Pelops' ivory shoulder remained as a symbol, perhaps of restoration, perhaps of artifice. His descendants would continue to shape the Greek world, founding dynasties, erecting temples, commissioning poets to sing of their lineage. Even as whispers of cannibalism and betrayal clung to their names like shadows. And Tantalus still stands in Tartarus, still thirsting, still reaching. A reminder that some appetites, once indulged, never leave you. So as you drift into sleep tonight, think not of the boiling pots or crumbling thrones. Think instead of the quiet ripples in a cursed family line, how one moment of pride, one terrible meal, can echo for centuries. And perhaps, somewhere in the dark, Pelops' ivory shoulder gleams faintly, whole again, almost. There are curses that cling like shadows, and others that blaze like fire, consuming everything in sight. The Labdacus line, the royal house of Thebes before and during the reign of Oedipus, was burdened with both. If the house of Tantalus gave us banquets of horror, the Labdacus dynasty gave us psychological ruin, political disaster, and more botched prophecies than should reasonably occur within 3 generations. Let's take a quiet walk, once again, through the troubled streets of Thebes, city of 100 gates and one unending headache. It begins, as it often does in Greek tragedy, with a choice. Labdacus was the grandson of Cadmus, the city's founder, and the son of Polydorus, who had ruled briefly before dying young, presumably from being related to Cadmus. Thebes was still a young city then, old enough to have towers but not old enough to have learned its lessons. Labdacus inherited the throne, but not for long. He died while his son, Laius, was still a child. Some say Labdacus died in battle. Others say he offended the gods by defying the cult of Dionysus, and that divine retribution swiftly followed. But one way or another, the throne of Thebes was once again left in the uncertain hands of regents and whispers. Young Laius, the last male of his line, was raised under the care of Lycus, the regent of Thebes, and later taken in by another noble household in exile. One might have hoped that absence from Thebes would bring clarity, maybe even a chance to escape the family curse. Unfortunately, exile did little to polish Laius's moral compass. When staying with Pelops, yes, that Pelops, he of ivory shoulder and cursed banquet fame, Laius repaid his host's hospitality by abducting Pelops' son, Chrysippus. Not just abducted. Some versions say he seduced the boy. Others say he raped him. Either way, Laius committed an act of profound violation, one that would echo down through the generations. Chrysippus died by suicide, murder, or shame, and Pelops, understandably enraged, laid a curse upon Laius and all his descendants. This, in case you're keeping track, is curse number 2. Thebes was already dealing with Cadmus's dragon-toothed warriors and the cursed necklace of Harmonia, and now it inherited a brand new curse from the house of Pelops. It's a wonder the gods didn't just fence off the entire city and label it uninhabitable due to mythological hazards. When Laius returned to Thebes, he became king. He married Jocasta, a descendant of the Spartoi, the Sown men, and might have enjoyed a quiet reign if not for the minor problem of another prophecy. This time, the oracle at Delphi warned Laius not to have children. If he did, his son would kill him and marry his wife. Now most kings faced with this sort of prophecy either abstain, consult a priest, or ignore it entirely while preparing for disappointment. Laius and Jocasta chose the last option. They had a son, and immediately regretted it. In a panic, Laius ordered the child exposed, abandoned to die on the mountainside. His feet were pinned together with an iron spike, earning him the name Oedipus, meaning swollen foot. A shepherd tasked with the grisly deed took pity on the baby and passed him along until he was adopted by the childless royal family of Corinth. Oedipus grew up never knowing who he truly was. Now, this all might sound familiar. The myth of Oedipus is among the most famous in Western literature, thanks largely to Sophocles, who gave us the most enduring version, but it's worth pausing not just on what Oedipus did, but how thoroughly his life was shaped by a curse he never asked for. As a young man, Oedipus learned from a drunk at a banquet, always a reliable source, that he was not the true son of the Corinthian king. Troubled, he visited the oracle at Delphi, but instead of getting answers about his parentage, he was given a prophecy. He would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, he resolved never to return to Corinth. A sensible precaution, if misinformed. On the road away from the city, at a crossroads, he encountered a rude old man with a chariot who tried to run him off the path. Oedipus, not yet known for his temper, but apparently quite good in a fight, killed the man and his small entourage. Yes, that man was Laius, his real father. And so, unknowingly, Oedipus fulfilled the first part of the prophecy. He continued on to Thebes, where the city was being terrorized by a sphinx. This curious creature, with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman, had taken up residence outside the gates and posed riddles to all who passed. Those who failed to answer were devoured. The riddle she posed was this: what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Oedipus answered correctly: man. As a baby he crawls on all 4s. As an adult he walks on 2 feet. In old age he uses a cane. The Sphinx, defeated by logic, threw herself from a cliff, as is traditional. The Thebans rejoiced. They offered Oedipus the throne and the hand of the widowed queen, Jocasta. Thus, without knowing, Oedipus fulfilled the second part of the prophecy. He married his mother and ruled Thebes, bearing children who were also his siblings: Antigone, Ismene, Eteocles, and Polynices. For a time, Thebes prospered. Oedipus was regarded as a just and clever king. The family curse seemed dormant, but curses do not die, they only sleep. Years later, a plague struck Thebes. Crops failed, infants perished, the altars smoked without fire. The city called upon Oedipus to save them. He sent Creon, Jocasta's brother, to consult the oracle. The answer? The city harboured a killer. Laius's murderer still lived unpunished in Thebes. And so began one of the most painful investigations in myth. Oedipus, noble and determined, swore to find the culprit, not realizing he was hunting himself. Slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. From shepherds, from oracles, from the broken fragments of memory. Jocasta realized first. She tried to stop him from digging further. He refused. When the truth was undeniable, Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus, in horror, took the brooches from her gown and blinded himself. This wasn't just self-punishment. It was metaphor, theatre, and spiritual horror all at once. The man who was blind to his identity now lived in darkness. He abdicated the throne and went into exile, led by his daughter Antigone, who remained his quiet anchor. And thus the Labdacus line once again spiralled into ruin. But it doesn't end there, of course. Greek families never settle for one tragedy when 3 or 4 will do. Oedipus's sons, Eteocles and Polynices, inherited the throne. Rather than rule together, they agreed to alternate years. Eteocles ruled first, then refused to step down. Polynices raised an army, the famed 7 against Thebes, and marched on the city. The brothers killed each other in single combat. The war ended with Thebes bloodied, broken, and under the rule of Creon. It's worth noting that Creon, despite his later errors, was not of the cursed line. He was merely unlucky enough to marry into it. And then came Antigone's tale, the quiet defiance, the unburied corpse of Polynices, the tomb, the suicides. You know it by now. The curse of the Labdacus family had burned through every name, leaving only ash. At the centre of it all, like a cracked mirror, stands Oedipus, a man punished for the sins of his parents, doomed by prophecy, ruined by knowledge. And yet, even in ruin, he remains strangely dignified. He never denies his actions. He does not rail against the gods. He accepts what he is and what he has done. His story is not about guilt, but fate, about the terrible price of trying to escape what is written. The Labdacus line is often remembered only through Oedipus's name, so much so that Freud borrowed it to describe an entire psychological complex. But it is, in truth, the story of Thebes itself, a city born in violence, ruled by men who tried to outwit the divine, and undone not by monsters, but by ordinary human choices. The gods, for once, did not need to intervene. The humans did it all themselves. So now, as you settle in, picture Thebes at night. The stones are quiet, the Sphinx is gone, the palaces are dark. Somewhere in the hills, the ghost of Oedipus walks slowly, hand on his daughter's shoulder. In the dust behind them, nothing but footsteps and silence. There are families in Greek myth that fall like trees, loud, spectacular, and abrupt. And then there are families like the House of Iolus, which unravel like a long thread caught on a bramble. The curse here is not swift. It is meandering, gusty, prone to drift, and fittingly so, for this is a family bound to the winds, forever restless, forever just missing the shore. Now there were several figures in myth called Aeolus, which makes things deliciously complicated. The Aeolus who gave Odysseus his infamous bag of winds was a king of a floating island, possibly divine, definitely fed up with sailors. But the Aeolus we'll concern ourselves with here is his mortal namesake, grandson of Helen, the progenitor of the Hellenes, not the one with the face that launched ships, and forefather to a series of individuals whose biographies read like an inventory of Greek misfortunes. We begin with Athamas, grandson of Aeolus, a respectable start, king of Orchomenus in Boeotia, lord of rich fields, and at first glance not particularly mad. He married Nephele, a cloud nymph, wispy, yes, but respectable in mythological circles. She bore him 2 children, Phrixus and Helle. Now Nephele was not Athamas's only love. At some point, likely distracted by earthly affairs, Athamas decided to marry again, this time to Ino, daughter of Cadmus and sister of Semele. Ino was not a cloud. She was very much flesh, blood, and teeth. And though she may have had her charms, she regarded her stepchildren as unfortunate clutter. It wasn't that she didn't want children around. She simply preferred her own. So Ino devised a plan. First, she roasted the kingdom's seed grain in secret, ensuring that nothing would grow. Then, as famine settled in, she bribed the messengers sent to consult the oracle. their fabricated reply? That the gods demanded the sacrifice of young Phrixus. A delicate solution if your idea of parenting includes ritual murder. Athamas, ever the sponge in a toga, agreed. Perhaps he wept. Perhaps he frowned thoughtfully. But either way, he ordered the boy to be taken to the altar. Just as the knife was raised, Nephele intervened. She hadn't vanished entirely, just hovered nearby, as clouds do. She sent a miraculous creature, a golden ram with wings, a gift from the gods to rescue her children. The ram scooped up Phrixus and Hera, and off they flew across the Aegean, safe for a moment, then tragedy. Somewhere above the narrow strait between Europe and Asia, Hera lost her grip and tumbled into the sea. The waters would thereafter bear her name, the Hellespont. Her fall is one of the quieter tragedies in mythology. No scream, no fury, just a girl lost to the wind, and a sea that forgot to be merciful. Phrixus survived. He landed in Colchis, far to the east, where he sacrificed the ram in thanks. The fleece, gleaming divine, absurdly valuable, was nailed to a tree and guarded by a dragon. As you may recall, this golden fleece would one day lure Jason and the Argonauts into their own dismal epic. But for now, it simply shimmered. A monument to a family's escape, and to a sister who did not. Meanwhile, back in Boeotia, things were unravelling. Having failed at stepmotherhood and crop management, Ino focused on her own children. She and Athamas had 2 sons together, Lurcus and Melicertes. But her nephew, Dionysus, god of wine and inconvenient truths, had recently been born under chaotic circumstances. Zeus had incinerated Semele, Ino's sister, by showing her his full divinity. As a result, baby Dionysus was dropped off with Ino for safekeeping. This naturally did not sit well with Hera, who had by this point developed a hobby of ruining people who helped Zeus's illegitimate children. And so she drove Athamas mad. Not mildly eccentric, mind you. Not talks to the furniture mad. No, he went into a frenzy, believing his son Lurcus was a wild beast, depending on the source, a lion or a deer. Either way, Athamas smashed the child's skull against a wall. Ino, understandably horrified, fled with Melicertes in her arms. She reached the sea, clutched her son tightly, and leapt. The gods, perhaps moved by pity or exhaustion, transformed them. Ino became Leucothea, a sea goddess who aids sailors. Melicertes became Palaemon, who rides dolphins and probably doesn't remember much about his past life. They drifted into myth, serene and salt-washed, far from the madness that spawned them. As for Athamas, he wandered, howling and broken. Eventually he was sent to Thessaly, where the locals, lacking context, made him king. It is perhaps the most baffling chapter in his life. This man just killed his child under a delusion. Excellent. Give him a crown. Such were Greek monarchies. Now, if this were a modern tale, this might be the end. A mad king, a drowned queen, a son turned fish rider. But the house of Aeolus was nothing if not persistent. It continued to tangle itself into other tales, snaring cousins and grandchildren into ever stranger fates. For example, Sisyphus, yes, he of the Rolling Stone, was also a descendant of Aeolus. His crimes were not of madness but cleverness. He tricked death, chained Thanatos, and ratted out Zeus's abduction of a nymph. As punishment, he was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for eternity. So here we have the 2 poles of Aeolian doom. On one end, madness and child sacrifice. On the other, brilliant defiance followed by absurd punishment. Whether you screamed into the sea or rolled rocks forever, you were still part of the club. There is also Odysseus, whose lineage, according to some sources, includes ties to Autolycus, son of Hermes and another Aeolid. Autolycus was a thief, a shapeshifter, and a liar. Traits which, filtered through a few generations, became Odysseus's defining virtues. And so, when Odysseus lands on the island of Aeolia during his wanderings, he's unknowingly revisiting family. This Aeolus, keeper of the winds, is yet another bearer of the name, living on a floating bronze island surrounded by cliffs. Aeolus receives Odysseus warmly and gives him a leather bag filled with all the winds, save the west wind, which will blow him straight home. But Odysseus, being Odysseus, doesn't tell his crew what's in the bag. They assume treasure, gold, jewels, secrets. So while Odysseus sleeps, a dangerous habit of his, they open the bag. The winds burst forth, and the ship is hurled backward, away from Ithaca, to the edge of the world. They return to Aeolus, begging for help. But he, seeing their misfortune, declares that they must be cursed by the gods. He refuses to assist again, a rare moment of divine boundaries. Even the man who commands the winds knows when to walk away. The Aeolian family's curse, then, is not a single blow like the house of Atreus. It is a weather system, sudden gusts of disaster, lulls of hope, and then another gale. Children are lifted into the sky, only to fall into the sea. Kings go mad. Queens become gods. Sailors are blown off course. And always somewhere, a golden fleece glitters on a distant tree, waiting to lure someone new into the storm. And while their fates vary, madness, misadventure, metamorphosis, there is a shared instability. In these tales, identity slips like sand. Clouds become women. Children become constellations. Men become monsters. And no one ever quite makes it home the way they intended. Even the geography bears witness. The Hellespont remembers the girl who fell. The Isthmian Games, held in honour of Melicertes, mark the transformation of grief into ritual. The Aeolian legacy is carved into coastlines and customs alike. So what do we make of them, these wind-born figures? Perhaps their curse is the inability to stay still. Aeolus bound the winds, yes, but even he could not bind his descendants. They drift from place to place, from form to form, always chasing something. Home, safety, justice, memory, and always it slips through their fingers. Now, as the wind murmurs against your window, and the sea of sleep begins to rise, imagine a golden ram soaring across the sky. Below, a girl tumbles soundlessly into the waves. Somewhere, a king mistakes his son for a lion. A bag of wind waits to be opened. A stone rolls down a hill. A boulder waits patiently to return. And the wind never rests. In the shadow of Troy, beneath the falling towers and the echo of clashing bronze, there stands one figure who glows brighter than all the rest. He is beautiful. He is terrible. He is fast, angry, and fated. His name is Achilles, and he leads the Myrmidons, a band of warriors loyal not just in battle, but in a kind of silent, fatal devotion. But before there was a heel, before there was the wooden horse, before Hector was dragged through the dust, there was a curse already coiled around this house. For the story of the Myrmidons is not just about Achilles. It is about a lineage born of stone, shaped by obedience, and undone by pride. And in their wake lie burnt cities, broken oaths, and a curse that is more inheritance than accident. let us go back. Not to the Trojan War, but to a time far earlier. A time when Aeacus, grandfather of Achilles, ruled the island of Aegina. Aegina, as you may know, was a green, sea-wrapped place, nestled not far from Athens. It was named for Aeacus' mother, Aegina, who had the misfortune of attracting Zeus's attention. A recurring occupational hazard for mortal women. Zeus, being Zeus, abducted her in the shape of an eagle and flew her to this quiet island. There he fathered Aeacus, who was raised on Aegina and eventually made king. A lonely reign, though, for the people of the island were wiped out by a plague, sent, depending on the version, either by Hera for the usual reasons, or simply because the gods were in a mood. Aeacus, desperate, prayed to Zeus to repopulate his kingdom. Zeus, ever inventive, took the ants crawling on an old oak tree and transformed them into people. Thus were born the Myrmidons. Named for the Greek word myrmex, meaning ant, they were a people known for discipline, silence, and unquestioning loyalty. They followed their leader like a hive, fought like a swarm, and, some said, never forgot a command. It's all quite poetic until you consider the implications. These were people who once crawled, faceless, beneath the soil, then were made into soldiers. Obedience was baked into their bones. They weren't meant to question, they were meant to follow. Aeacus' line was noble, but not immune to divine interference. He had sons, Peleus and Telamon, and, as so often happens with mythological brothers, things went badly. Telamon, father of the great Ajax, was eventually exiled after being implicated in the murder of their half-brother. Peleus, too, was driven out, although his crime is more ambiguous. Possibly accidental murder, possibly just politics as usual. Peleus fled to Phthia, where he was purified by King Eurytion and married his daughter. But that wife died. Eventually Peleus remarried, this time to a sea goddess. Not just any goddess either. Thetis, daughter of Nereus, shapeshifter of the sea, and former companion of Artemis. This union was not born of romance. Thetis had once caught Zeus's eye, but prophecy warned that any son born to her would outshine his father. So, rather than risk a divine uprising, Zeus married her off to a mortal. One could argue that Thetis never quite forgave him for it. Her wedding was legendary. The gods came down from Olympus, bringing gifts, wine, and unfortunately Eris, goddess of strife. Denied a seat at the banquet, she tossed in a golden apple inscribed, "To the fairest." You know what came next? A beauty contest, a bribe, a stolen queen, and a war that would consume a generation. But first, Thetis had a son, Achilles. Now, there are many versions of how she tried to make him immortal. Some say she dipped him in the river Styx, holding him by the heel. Others say she anointed him with ambrosia and placed him in fire each night to burn away his mortality. Either way, the attempt failed, or half succeeded. Achilles became nearly invulnerable, but not invincible. And Thetis, frustrated, left Peleus and disappeared into the sea. Achilles was raised by Chiron, the wise centaur. Chiron taught him medicine, music, and war. He taught him restraint, which he would later forget, and mercy, which he would rarely use. But above all, Chiron tried to teach him what it meant to be human. It didn't quite take. When war came, ignited by Paris and Helen, fueled by pride and prophecy, Achilles was summoned. But Thetis, knowing his fate, tried to hide him. She disguised him as a girl and sent him to the island of Scyros, where he lived among the daughters of King Lycomedes. There he fathered a son, Neoptolemus, later called Pyrrhus, though the circumstances are hazy, and no one involved seems especially proud of it. Odysseus, clever and tireless, tracked him down by laying out weapons among dresses. Achilles couldn't resist. He reached for the sword. War it was. And so he sailed to Troy, bringing with him the Myrmidons, the Ant-Men, loyal as ever. Their arrival turned the tide. Achilles was a whirlwind, unmatched, unchallenged, incandescent in battle. But then came the quarrel with Agamemnon, the taking of Briseis, and the rage. Rage that Homer immortalized, not as a feeling, but as a character in itself. Achilles refused to fight. His absence nearly lost the war. Then his dearest friend, possibly lover, Patroclus, donned Achilles' armour to rally the Greeks. Patroclus fought bravely but was slain by Hector, and that was the end of Achilles' sulk. His grief turned to wrath. He slaughtered Hector, dragged his body round the city, and rejected ransom. Even the Myrmidons looked on in silence. Eventually, Achilles himself met his end, shot in the heel by Paris with an arrow guided by Apollo. That famously vulnerable heel left unprotected, perhaps, by Thetis' hasty grip. Or perhaps because no one, not even Achilles, escapes the story written for them. But the curse didn't die with him. His son, Neoptolemus, came to Troy after his father's death. He was young, untested and cold. He murdered Priam at the altar. He threw Astyanax, Hector's infant son, from the walls. He was not his father's equal in glory, but he surpassed him in cruelty. After the war, Neoptolemus took Andromache, Hector's widow, as a concubine. They had children, but peace eluded them. Later, he married Hermione, daughter of Helen and Menelaus, another fraught union. That marriage ended in betrayal, vengeance, and finally Neoptolemus' murder, either at Delphi or by a rival suitor. His remains were buried near the sanctuary, but his shade lingered. Even in death, the line of Achilles demanded attention. What, then, is the curse of the Myrmidons? It isn't divine punishment in the traditional sense. The gods do not hover overhead, flinging lightning or transforming mortals into trees. Rather, it is a curse of glory, of being made too perfect, too essential, too early. Achilles was designed for war, and so war consumed him. His son inherited that same fire, but none of the wisdom. His people, the Myrmidons, followed without question, even into slaughter. Obedience, you see, is a curse in itself. These warriors, once ants, never asked why. They were remade into men, but never taught to hesitate. They represent the human cost of greatness, the lives built not for peace or reflection, but for loyalty, silence and blood. And Achilles? He is remembered not as a man, but as a symbol. His name lives on in poetry, in tragedy, in every story where strength becomes a weakness and love turns to fury. But you'll find no statues of Patroclus, no hymns for Astyanax. The Myrmidons, so fierce in battle, fade into the background of history, anonymous as they began. And so, as night settles and the war drums fade, imagine a quiet island where ants once crawled beneath a sacred tree. A boy stands on the shore, his feet too perfect, his mother watching from beneath the waves. Far away Troy burns. A horse stands silent, and a swarm of men, born of obedience, wait for orders they no longer understand. The war is over, but the curse endures. Imagine, if you will, an enormous line of women in long white robes, each holding a jar of water. The jars are heavy, the women are silent, and they are walking toward a great stone basin. They tip the jars in, pour the water out, and turn back again to refill. Only the basin has a hole in the bottom. The water never rises. The work is eternal. This is the punishment of the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, and they have been carrying water into a leaky tub for over 2,000 years. In mythological terms, this is a metaphor. In family terms, it's a legacy. Let's begin, as one must, with the genealogy. Danaus was a king of Libya, twin brother to Aegyptus, who ruled nearby Egypt. Now these two brothers, Danaus and Aegyptus, did not get along. That alone should not be surprising. Twinship in Greek myth is less about matching tunics and more about divine rivalry, betrayal, and, more often than not, homicide. Aegyptus had 50 sons. Yes, 50. Perhaps he was competitive. Perhaps he simply had a productive household. Danaus, not to be outdone, had 50 daughters by several different women. In time, Aegyptus proposed that the sons marry the daughters, uniting the two houses. Danaus, however, suspected treachery. Whether this suspicion was justified or simply the result of having 50 teenage daughters is unclear, but Danaus fled. He sailed with his children across the Mediterranean and landed in Argos, where the local king gave him sanctuary. The Danaids were welcomed as foreigners, guests, refugees perhaps, though ancient Greece wasn't especially consistent with those terms. Eventually, the 50 sons of Aegyptus followed, demanding their marriages be honoured. Under political pressure, or perhaps just tired of fleeing, Danaus agreed. The weddings were held. Garlands were worn. Oaths were exchanged. But there was a twist. On the night of the marriages, Danaus gave each of his daughters a dagger and instructed them to kill their husbands in bed. 49 obeyed. Only one, Hypermnestra, spared her husband Lynceus, because he respected her wishes and did not force himself upon her. In a story steeped in obedience, she chose mercy. The rest performed their duty, cold and silent, blades sliding in the dark. You can almost picture the moment, the wind howling across Argos, 50 bridal chambers gone still, and one girl staring into the eyes of a man who expected to die and finding something worth preserving. This act of rebellion, this single refusal, is the crack in the curse. But it's only the beginning. After the murders, Danaus is said to have punished Hypermnestra for her disobedience, imprisoning her or dragging her before a court. Eventually, Lynceus took revenge on his father-in-law, killing Danaus and claiming the throne of Argos. He and Hypermnestra founded a dynasty. Their line would one day include Perseus, Heracles, and Helen herself. But the rest of the Danaians were not so lucky. Their punishment was eternal labour in the underworld, carrying water to a broken cistern, a task without end. The symbolism is quiet but crushing. Purification that never purifies. Effort that never pays off. It is a kind of domestic Sisypheanism, less dramatic than pushing a boulder, but no less cruel. Why, you might ask, were they punished? They followed orders. Their father commanded them. Their grooms were forced upon them. Weren't they victims? Greek myth, alas, does not always concern itself with justice. It prefers patterns. And the pattern here is disobedience cloaked as duty. A refusal to submit, followed by a submission to something darker. The Danaids became symbols, not of loyalty or rebellion, but of women caught in a net of male decisions and mythic necessity. Still, if you look closely, each Danaid had a name. The ancient poets listed them one by one in genealogies more precise than telephone books. Names like Amymone, Autonoe, Cleopatra, Eubule, Rhode, and Theano. Each had a story, however fleeting. Some were said to have children, some vanished. A few were worshipped in Argos as ancestral spirits, but mostly they were forgotten. They became the chorus, the ones who carry poor return. Their husbands, the sons of Aegyptus, fare no better in the memory of myth. They were blank slates, symbolic figures more than individuals. It's unclear if they were cruel, passive, or simply convenient sacrifices. The story doesn't linger on their personalities. They are remembered primarily for dying on their wedding night, a different kind of matrimonial misfortune. Now, Hypermnestra and Lynceus, our lone surviving couple, became the ancestors of a notably powerful bloodline. Their descendants ruled Mycenae, Argos, and Tiryns. They were associated with the Perseid dynasty, which includes Perseus, slayer of Medusa, and his son Electreon, whose daughter Alcmene gave birth to Heracles after an ill-timed visit from Zeus. You might say the curse continues in strange forms. Take Perseus, for example, a hero by birth and favour, but forever shadowed by prophecy. He killed Medusa, yes, but his grandfather had tried to prevent his birth, fearing a prediction that Perseus would cause his death. Which, of course, he eventually did, accidentally with a discus. Then there's Heracles, greatest of Greek heroes, who spent his life atoning for a madness inflicted by Hera. He too killed his children. He too laboured in vain for years. A man of strength, undone by forces beyond his control, echoing the quiet futility of these endless jars of water. The Danaids, then, are not just a tale of brides and blades. They are the starting note in a long chord of curses. Their story contains the DNA of every Greek tragedy: prophecy, flight, exile, obedience, regret. The image of women carrying water that will never stay is not just a punishment. It is a portrait of the human condition, painted in soft, repetitive strokes. There are also local traditions, especially in Argos, where the Danaids were revered, not reviled. Springs were named after them. Temples bore their names. Amymone, in particular, was associated with water sources and wells, often depicted as a nymph or minor goddess. Some stories claim Poseidon loved her and struck the earth with his trident to create a spring in her honour. So perhaps they were not cursed forever. Perhaps, in some quiet version of the myth, the water finally stays in the jar. Perhaps the basin, once cracked, is mended by time or prayer. The stories contradict themselves, as Greek myths often do. One moment they are murderesses. The next they are deified. The truth, as ever, rests somewhere in between. It's worth noting that the Danaids' story was frequently adapted into Greek tragedy. Aeschylus wrote a play, The Suppliants, in which the daughters of Danaus flee to Argos, begging for sanctuary from forced marriage. In this version, they are not brides but refugees. The city must decide whether to defend them or send them back. It's an ancient reflection on asylum, agency, and the strange, thin line between sanctuary and sacrifice. We, the listeners, know what comes next. We know that murder waits beneath the veil. But for a moment, in the city square, they are simply women seeking a place to live freely. And Argos, noble Argos, chooses to protect them. That brief mercy may be why they were remembered with altars instead of curses. Greek myth, after all, are not fixed. They breathe, they contradict, they forget. The same Danaids who are damned in Hades might also be worshipped in a grove on a spring morning. The same dagger that ends a marriage might also mark the start of a legend. The punishment in one version is the origin of water in another. And so, as we close this quiet book of curses, let us return to that line of women walking softly with their jars. It is neither day nor night. The underworld is not cruel. It is simply indifferent. They lift, they pour, they turn again. But now, perhaps one looks up. She sees the stars. She thinks of Argos. She remembers the sea breeze. And though the water still vanishes, she begins to hum. Because in myth, as in life, the curse is not always what it seems. Sometimes the endless labour becomes rhythm. Sometimes futility becomes ritual. And sometimes the quietest voice, like Hypermnestra's, is the one that endures.